What's going on, people? Welcome. How y'all doing this evening? We got an interesting show for y'all today, called The Hidden Hand. And the reason I called it a hidden hand because a lot of people that has been doing extensive research on this, the sources and the references that I got this segment from, uh, refer to this uh, or refer to these people as the hidden hand, and it has its truth to it, and what we've been researching going to show a lot, basically, and probably possibly make some connections for people who've been interested in this and who've been trying to figure out, how was all this able to play out with entertainment industry, period. Just the deaths of certain people, sudden deaths, as you could say, having all this allure around their deaths of certain people, um signs and symbols, uh just the way they died, how it happened, drug overdoses, matter of fact, owing all this money, all this debt that they're into before they die, and catalogs skyrocketing after their debts. They're worth millions and millions of dollars. So we're gonna break down a lot of this for y'all today. I would definitely be dropping some jewels. So it's up for y'all to pick it up. It's really not for me to just to, give y'all a way to really think about the stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely gonna be lining up some stuff for y'all. Um, y'all already know. You know what I'm saying? This is Blood Talk Nola in the building. You know what I'm saying? We coming through in this motherfucker, and we definitely gonna bring that. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, so without further ado, let me get that intro started, and we gonna jump right into that. Here we go. Money for wars, but can't feed the poor. Huh. They got money for wars, but can't feed the poor. What that boy Tupac say? Hey, hey,
We got
hey,
money for war,
keep your
can't
head
feed
up.
the poor.
Yes, yes. What's good, people? This is your dog, Silent Child 17, God's son.
P dot on the spot.
And we gonna have Chop Tracks in the building shortly.
At some point.
You know what I mean?
At some point.
Yeah, he gonna ring the doorbell and we gonna let him in, people. Y'all already know how this go. Shout out to the people in the building who in here early. Peaches, what's happening? Shout out to you for coming in. Man, we got some for you for other news too. So, sit back and relax, and we gonna jump straight into it, P Dot, because like I said, I got a lot of stuff to break down when we come to the segment. So we gonna jump right into the other news, P Dot. What you got for me, brother?
I got several things for you, brother.
Let's
And they
go.
all pose. I'm not gonna say all of them is like real thought provoking, but they do pose some interesting questions.
Okay.
So let me get to it. As soon as I can find it, because you know how my phone be tripping.
All right. Ah.
In other news,
All right, so this is my first clip for In Other News, man. I want y'all to just check it out, give me y'all thoughts on this. Let me know what y'all think, Silent. Ain't nobody but me and you, so you know you gotta go first.
You know I got you. Bye.
So just
Let's
check this
get
one
it.
out and tell me what y'all thoughts is on this, folks. Where I'm at with it. Okay, wait.
P Dot, you're a genius. Oh man.
Now, what I did was I brought up the what they was reading, what they were saying in the whatchamacallit, for those that wanted to read it, right? But what inevitably wound up happening, his wife was a military, a person in the military, and they got into some type of argument. She went upstairs, he followed, retrieved the weapon, and in the midst of the argument, shot her a couple of times. Would sound like a couple of times. The echo in the house definitely didn't give it enough justice, but you could definitely hear that she was telling him no and put that down or something to the effect, right? He shot her and left her for dead, which she inevitably, passed away or whatever like that. Rest in peace to the sister. But
Yeah.
they're only charging him at the time was manslaughter, right? Even with the
Mm-hmm.
video evidence to support that what was happening was nothing short of premeditated murder. Because there's another video that came out with this same thing where they show him shoot her in the back, right? This is the
Mm-hmm.
video of them downstairs before she went upstairs. There's another video that shows him shooting her in the back. So when this first dropped, they were saying that, yeah, he's going to be charged with manslaughter, this, that, and the other, because of his color and her color, right? Now charges have been upgraded from manslaughter to murder. Now, why should it have been manslaughter in the first place? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And judging by the scenario, what could not this my thinking? Even though a regular court would have most likely found him guilty of manslaughter, you still have to serve by she being a military personnel, right?
Mm-hmm.
You still got to go before the military tribunal, my boy. And you killing her, even though I think she had rank, like she might have been a major or a sergeant or something like that. She had rank because you could see the pictures that was on screen. You could see the little decals on her shoulder. That signifies that she had some type of rank. So she'd been in the military for a little minute and probably amassed, whatever rank she was. But I don't see the military saying we're just gonna let you slide and let the civilian courts handle this trial at which you just killed an unarmed military uh member. So
Yeah.
that's
I,
why
I
I said,
mean.
I wanted to get y'all thoughts on that and see what y'all think should happen and
Mm-hmm.
what could possibly be the best outcome for justice for her.
Okay. So just to add on, did you catch the trial? Because there was an actual
No,
trial.
no, I didn't catch the trial.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. So let me update you on what you already then presented. Okay.
Okay.
They didn't. Yes, those charges of murder was brought up, but
Oh,
the jury actually did agree with the
convict him of
manslaughter, bro.
manslaughter. Oh, that's
Yeah, bro. It's sad.
cold.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
fucked
you know,
up,
I hate
bro.
to be the one to tell you, bro, but at the same time, not at the same time, and also he only was sentenced to 20 years for that. Yeah,
20?
yeah,
Man, somebody ought to knock him off, man.
yeah. So I don't think she
I
was
don't
even
believe
judged
in.
by her peers, to be honest with you. I don't think she was
Right,
judged by
that's
her peers.
fucked
I
up,
think he was
bro.
judged by her peers. And just to add, like I
His
said, just to
peers.
add on a little more.
Because if it were
Yeah,
her
I think so.
peers,
I think so.
yeah, it would have been the other
I
way
think so.
around. Cause,
He got on a he
mm,
actually got on the stand too. He actually
and
got on the stand.
cried, and
And
I didn't mean to do
yeah,
it.
he played he played
He
victim.
played the
He
victim.
wanted to do it. He wanted to do it, but he felt like he was abusive. Was his story. That she was the abusive one. She would always mock him, make fun of him in front of people and belittle him and stuff like that. And one of the day of the situation when it happened, uh, she was on that same type of time, and they had kind of gotten to a little scuffle,
Excuse me.
and the brother and her brother got on the trial too, or the friend. I think it was either her brother or the friend, but he's in the military as well. Pete, that nigga built like Michael Clark Duncan, you hear me? And he was calling the whole courtroom cowards, for the situation.
This some
Just to go back
bullshit,
to
bro.
the husband, he's talking about basically I was holding her down, and the brother was about to come get on his ass about what he was doing because they had gotten to a little tussle or whatever. So basically his whole thing is like, I couldn't take it no more, and I was frustrated and all this shit here. But we saw the video as well, Pete. I don't know if you got one where you got the writing took down, but we're from that video, people. It doesn't look like or
She was
sounds
the
like
aggressor.
he's being victimized. Right. It doesn't sound
Right.
like
It don't sound like she was the
it's just,
aggressor. It
yeah,
sounds
he's
like it's the other
going
way around.
directly at her. He sounds like he's going directly at her the way whatever the argument was going. So it wasn't like he was scared in that situation because he went straight for his shit and hit her, and you could hear the lady screaming for herself. So yeah, Pete, just to add on to the updates with that
That's some
situation,
fucked
bro.
up
Sad
shit.
sad
Hey, bro.
situation. Yes, it's and
They need.
remember they got done for less with all of the evidence. Remember, Soldier Slim been trying to tell us, bro. Black man killing
Yeah.
black man. It's cool. They loving that.
Coolly loving
I could
that.
keep going.
Yeah.
You know what's happening.
Yeah.
With all of the
That was one.
evidence. Didn't he say
Listen,
that, bro?
that
With
was one of
all
the
of the
songs of the
evidence.
time right there, boy.
Come on, man.
That was one of the them lyrics. If nigga don't
It's hard
understand how
to
important them
maintain
fucking
soldier-like
lyrics was,
mentality. Try to tell you.
yeah, bro. I
Just
just
being
was
who you
telling
is,
them
bro. You still have to go through this in life as a
every
human
fucking
being
day.
under this racist stigma, that they call black and white, and they really do
Not to mention the fact
separate
that you automatic.
and fuck
Now
over
think
people.
about it. You would think that a person who is volunteering to give their life for this so-called country would actually get
Mhm.
justice, not just
Sure.
any old regular schmegular justice. The fact that this man killed this woman who
Cold
voluntarily
blood.
is
Yeah.
giving her life for this country. Now,
Mhm.
they never said that he was a citizen or a member of the military.
No, he's military.
Right?
He's military as well. Yes, he's military.
That's what. Oh,
He's military.
so
P.
so
He's military. She's
so now
military. The
now.
brother is like a big
Oh
old
wow.
thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
hmm
bullshit. Still
Yeah.
in
That's why they
all.
met. Yeah, they met in the
You
military.
both. So
Mhm.
wait. So this now let's make this make sense then. If he's military, she's military. How in the fuck you gonna say she bullying you or she being abusive towards you?
It
Y'all
is,
both in the
player. That's what he
military.
said. That's what he said,
So if
pal.
you that much of a coward and letting a woman
Mm.
bully you like that and y'all both in the military, you need to have your ass whipped. Right?
Mm.
Not only do
Yeah,
you
he
need
seemed
to
like he
have
was
your
a little
ass whipped,
coward to me
you don't
too.
need to be in the
Yeah.
military. You don't even need to be in the military. Cause now
And the way he
you
was
go
speaking
sitting.
it, I don't think he loved her the way he said he did neither.
Nah,
For
he
you
didn't.
to do that the
Ain't
way
no
you
fucking way.
did that shit, bro. It's
He
yeah,
probably thought he was gonna get
that
off scot
was
fucking
cold.
free and go
Did you
sleep
know he
with the
actually
neighbor next
spit
door.
on her too? He spit on her too.
Oh wow.
After he shot her, he spit on her too, P. All this was in the documents. Yep.
They
All this
found
was
his
in police
saliva on the
document.
body, huh?
Oh, from the video and everything, plus the saliva. P, think about it. The video showed him spitting on it, but like I said, you had to writing up and all that. So yeah, they showed it in like 3-4 different clips of that same day, and they just ran it
Mm-hmm.
all together like it was one incident, but it's clipped up. And one of the clips, he hit her that last time, that last shot, P, and he spit on her, bro.
That's
Yeah,
fucked up.
that's a different disdain when you spit on somebody. Think about it. That's your
So
wife,
could
bro.
this be now
And
this
you
the
was
other
being
fucked up
abused,
thing,
and
and I
you know
hate
you the victim and shit. Where the spit come from? You know, if you just was
right,
trying to
if you was
protect yourself, why would you spit for? So
why would you
it's
do
fucked
something
up, bro.
that disrespectful? Right. Now, this goes to something else that I've heard people say, and I don't like being the one to say this because I don't believe in that stereotypical bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of goes to why people as far as back as in the early 2000s kept saying to our sisters, stop going marry these white men. You don't
You
they
don't know
claim
nothing
they
about,
love you,
yeah. You
but they
better be
don't.
careful with that shit.
They
Yeah, it
claim
be
they
all
love
kind
you,
of
but they
shit.
don't.
It be
You the
societal.
token
Yeah,
black
it be
girl in their
social.
whole family.
Yeah, social. Yeah, social taboos
Explain
and fetishes. Yeah, P, it be fantasies and you know what I'm saying.
They want to
Yeah, bro.
relive their slave master
That's definitely a
years
part of that.
or their slave master fantasies by marrying a black woman. I kept seeing this one video, bro, where a black chick was dating a white dude, and every video I saw them in, he had his hand around his neck, and she was like, "Yeah, choke me, choke me, choke me." Until that nigga really choked her fucking ass up one day. Then she was like, "Oh no, that wasn't. You kept allowing it to go on." Then when he really
Yeah,
did start abusing you, now you want people to help. But here's the thing: how do we know to help you now? Because you allowed this nigga to play with you like that all that motherfucking time. And now that the shit really is happening, we don't know whether to believe you or not because you allowed that type of behavior to happen and put it on
that
display in
does
front
happen.
of millions of people to fucking see.
Mm-hmm.
So now when shit really do happen, who are we supposed to believe? Are we supposed to run to your side to help and protect you? Or do we fall back because we don't know whether you playing with this bullshit or not? And the only way we really gonna know is if you wind up unalive some fucking well.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy. Can you
Stop
play
letting
that
them
video
play
one more
like that.
time, P?
Yeah. Let me pull it back up right quick. Here.
He ran after. Talking about stop.
Oh yeah, he shot multiple times. That's fucked up. He shot that lady like 7-8 times.
See how he downstairs now again? That's different. That's a different
Yeah.
clip. And he gonna hit her again. And spit on her. Mm. The shooting itself was caught on video camera. When the trial resumes on
That
Thursday, the defense began with its closing. They described Hennings' emotions. Yeah, bro. his emotions as a bucket with each account of his wife Ashley verbally or physically abusing him as a consistent drip until his bucket overflowed. Peter, that's how they was talking, bro, about him.
Bullshit.
His bucket overflowed, and he did
Yep.
all that dramatic ass shit and didn't spit on it because his bucket overflowed. Pete.
I know what bucket overflowed, all right.
Man.
The bucket of hate and disdainment that he could no longer continue to hide.
That he had for his own fucking wife. I believe so too, sir. You was a hater, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You're a hater. You hated that lady, bro. You saw whatever you saw, and you couldn't handle it, man. She wasn't no little girl neither. So you probably looking at all kind of shit with your insecure ass, because obviously
Mm-hmm.
you was insecure about all kind of shit because you get on the stand telling that LaSalle bad story about how she used to belittle you and all this type of shit. But what was you saying?
Right.
What was going on with that situation? So, hey man, even the brother got up there and talked about how yeah, I was about to say even the brother would talk about how you know, how his sister and her friends, you know, that's in the military, like they had people that come on her behalf too as well. And these people still went along with his story, bro. They would not give him that fucking murder, Pete. Them people still stood up there and said fucking manslaughter, bro. So yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Let me.
No,
Yeah,
you good.
you
You can
still
move
with
on
me,
to the
brother?
next one. Yeah, you can move to the next one. Ain't that sad, Peasy?
All right, let me.
You don't really understand the situation until you fully in it. But once you see it, you know, there's certain precautions you should take and you shouldn't ignore them. You know what I'm saying? And it's not always the aggressor that you have to watch. It's the quiet one. It's the one who's taking the so-called abuse or keep complaining about, you know, something always done to that person and it's always blown out of proportion. Those little things, you know, it's certain signs that they are dealing with some type of trauma and they possibly could push that shit out on you, you know, and possibly take your life. So y'all just be careful
And
with
to
these
think that
motherfuckers,
all
man.
the people that was there in the name of her still would not come up and say, "Hey, yeah, this is cold-blooded murder right here. I'm sorry, I don't see it no
No,
other
he did.
way."
I told you, Peter, bro. I just told you, big Michael Duncan got up there and called the whole courtroom cowards, bro, about that shit. He was heated. Big old black man in the military, man. Like I said, I forgot if it was her actual brother or it was the friend who spoke about it. But bro, them people was just as mad as you. It wasn't bullshit. They wanted to fight that dude in there. They was not playing. I'm telling you, you gotta see it. They wanted the murder too. There wasn't nobody going with him but the jury. Like I said, and listening to that Saped story, you gotta hear him tell a story. You gonna get even madder. Like, man, get the fuck out of here, man. So, like I said, bro,
you already know
I
how I
definitely
feel
agree
about
with
that type of shit, dog.
bro. I
I've been
definitely
there
agree with you.
ass
He
up.
should have definitely got that murder. He should have definitely got murdered with no question. To me, so yeah, man.
So this next video, dude, nah, believe it or not, it's crazy and ironic how this video came to my attention. I was scrolling through Instagram one night and it popped up and it said this man built a castle in the hood, right?
Okay,
So I watched that video, dog, and I was like, damn,
Nottingham in the hood.
To do something like that. I would love to do something like that, right? Watch this shit. Now I'm gonna show you the beginning. So I think this video, hold on.
Really hard to build my business and my family homes right here on Lakewood and Chalmers.
Oh wait, my bad, y'all. Wrong video. The first video is the one.
So I'm gonna start on Chalmers. This is the most updated. This is the Chalmers side. And then we're gonna go around and give y'all a more closer view of what's going on back there. See all the garages.
Now, if y'all remember, go back to where the video first started.
Like living quarters
That
back here
is the
too.
very first part of the house. So this house is like one block, one actual block on both sides. If you think about it. Wait till he turn that corner. Now that's how much property he got. Look at that shit. That's juice.
Was these houses built or he bought it like that?
He built it like that.
Because they look kind of uniform. Okay, because they do look uniform, like they were built.
That's that's one
all
big
together,
lot of land, and he got all the properties. All of it's connected, right? So
Gotcha.
if you look at it, the way
Like a
he
big
got
ass high
that
school.
bitch set, like yeah, I was gonna say that too, but it's like one big family. What's the word? Oh, god damn it! The word just was in the front of my fucking head, man. I can't think.
Community, anything like that?
Yeah, it's like a big family community all in one spot, right? You'll never believe what would happen. Yeah, never in a million years. Guess what happened?
Judging? Well, we could not because you played the first with second and second with first.
Yeah, I wind up mixing them up.
Roll
man.
that beautiful bean footage, brother.
So check out what winds up happening.
But that's
as
wait.
a
Can I speak
result.
on the castle before you play that?
Yeah.
All right. I just want to say one thing about the castle though situation. That is cool, and for him to that thing is actually more than a castle, but that's probably the only thing Ron could think of to call all that.
Right. Think about it. No, think
yes,
about it.
that's
your
a community.
That is
Nigga,
that is like
a community.
The epitome of
you can't even stay in all the rooms, just like a
right
castle. There. Right. So I get it, but it's one whole. When you think about a castle, dude, as far as people in the mental frame of what they consider to be a castle, most of the times everything is based off of one base foundation. That motherfucker got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different houses and sections and areas like a goddamn hamster.
Maze. Yes. That's what I was saying, bro. When I looked at that,
it's like a hamster house. That motherfucker got tunnels and shit.
It don't matter where you.
That's why I'm saying it like I'm saying it. So it really don't matter if he's saying castle or not. But that is a great idea, and I think more people should, invest into shit like that. If you can get the government to stop fucking with you, because it's definitely going to raise eyebrows in areas that they want blighted. See, it's not that they're blighted. See, a lot of us think that they're blighted and fucked up because we done fucked up our neighborhood and shit. Remember, people, there's a hidden hand that wants your neighborhood to be fucked up so they can move their shit through your neighborhood because they don't want to move it through theirs. Think about it. They do the same shit in Mexico. They taking over people's towns and shit, and the cartels are running the town so they can move their drugs through that motherfucker to get them to Texas and so forth and so on. So our U.S. military had to step in to take over a lot of these people's towns and shit. So we're definitely having a problem with that. So looking at that situation or knowing that situation, I'm basing it off of that. Looking at what this man doing, all legal. And y'all still can't look at this as a positive thing. Matter of fact, this could actually raise the property value in the areas if these people start patching off and catching up to the same thing that he doing, there's probably grants and everything just because of your area looking this way. So
And
that could
guess
be
what?
something for y'all Detroit
I'm really
people to look
believing
up
that
when it's
man
going down.
used the grant process to get that and do that, right? Now, when you think about that, think about all the time it took for him to finally get that shit together and finally get the shit built, and all of a sudden, motherfucker come take your shit. Check it out. Check it out.
What?
Check it out. Yes, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Hold on. This the other side to the shit.
Really hard to build my business and my family homes right here on Lakewood and Chalmers. What I need to share with you, it may cost me my life.
I
and
told you,
pray
Pete, family
that it doesn't
homes.
cause any
I told
harm to my family. Inside these envelopes
Oh my
is the
God.
documents, and you're not going to believe what the mayor, Mike Duggan, and the devilish Detroit
Mayor,
Land
what I
Bank
told you,
has
Pete.
done. They have literally
Mm-hmm.
taken my home.
Oh, that was it? He didn't explain no more of it? Damn.
That's
I want to hear him
that's what
talk
I
about it a little more.
well believe it or not, by me seeing who it was, now I know I could go back on IG, because where I got it from was actually his page. And
Yeah.
what he's saying is all the years it took for him to finally get his business up and do everything he
Right.
needed to do as far as going to the city
I want to hear
council
the
and
reason why they
saying,
taking it, though, Pete. Why they taking it? That's the
what you
thing.
mean the reason
We know
why
what
they
he
want to
did.
take
Why
it?
they taking it? I want to
They
hear their
taking it.
explanation. I got good ideas, but
Ah,
I want to hear what they said. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just want to hear the bullshit, so you could
yeah, because
have a
that
receipt on the excuses these motherfuckers give when you try to do something good, bro.
well,
Sometimes.
I tell you what, next week. Matter of fact, this what we could do. This what we could do next week. Since I brought it up, I'm gonna make this part of the weekly
Updaters.
discussion topic for next week. That way, we could definitely. I'm gonna just try to
Get into whatever we
upload as
could
many
find.
of
All
his
right, cool.
videos as I can. Yeah, bro, cause he got a
Okay,
whole
cool.
page of like the construction process, the tearing down the old homes that was on the property. Like he bought up a
Okay,
lot of
right.
land.
See?
He
Yeah, that's
bought up
good
a
to know.
lot of
Because like
land to
he
do
said
that
too,
shit, bro.
my family lands. He didn't say my castle. You heard that, huh, Pete? He didn't say my castle. He said
My
my
family.
land and my family houses and land and shit. So like I was telling you, how it's designed, you could tell that's what he did it for. He wasn't just I
Right.
think that's the only word the dude could actually think of when he did the post. But that you could tell that's for more than one person, bro. You see what I'm saying? That's
Yes.
definitely a baby
That's
community
like for
that he's
him, his
trying to do. I just
children,
want people to know the difference of that.
mama.
That's all. A castle versus an actual community. That is that dude is doing way more than what they trying to give him credit for, and it's very fucking commendable, P. And it is crazy, bro, how these hidden entities get involved with your business. Now, what they
Right.
got to do with what he's doing? Ain't he? This man got everything on the up and up. What they doing, Peter? Why they getting involved, bro? Old bankers and shit. What they worrying
Get
about?
that
What he
crazy
doing?
dude out of there and turn it the other way. Yeah, put the
man.
green tip in there and put the
Man. I
So
don't
yeah,
know, bro.
bro.
These
So
questions and
wait,
more.
was that it?
I guess you could
I think that
update us
was my
next week.
last one. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have a couple more videos for y'all next week, because that
Okay.
is one of many that this brother done posted about on his page. And he definitely gets into what they saying, why they did it, this, that, and the other. And I'm gonna tell you like this. I think
Boy,
they
I
took
got
that man
questions, man.
shit. I think they took that shit out of jealousy, bro.
Mm.
And then the
Is
the
it
same
jealousy?
people that the same people that I even if it's not jealousy, they took
Think
it out
about
of
it.
greed.
Think about it, P.
They took it out of greed.
Think about it.
That man made
But why let
a
him?
multi.
No, look. Put it like this. I want you to think about it like this, right? Remember, we the downtrodden, we the oppressed, we the ones ain't supposed to have shit and all that shit, right? So this man come here and do this in the middle of, turmoil, as they say. The mayor and all these people who got money, P, are not doing shit about these neighborhoods. Think about it. And this one man come here and try to build this community from the fucking ground up, Red Roof. Now, these bankers and these big businesses who could have been invested in this area are having a problem with him doing it. See, it's not jealousy, P. You know what it is? It's greed. It's greed, but it's also my greed for me eliminating competition.
Yeah. I don't want nobody.
It's called a monopoly, P. You ain't running none of that shit back here. Ain't nothing supposed to be but blighted houses, gang members, and dope back here. Okay, sir? You don't build no fucking community back here. That's what I'm trying to tell you, P. A lot of places is set up for just that right there alone, for black market, street, underground type of shit, P. And this is why they destroy the areas, P. Think about what I'm telling you. They keep it like that. They keep it desolated so they could get their trucks and shit straight through. You don't have no cops. You don't have no people. You don't have nothing to stop you from going through rinky-dink town. So once you eliminate that, then it's easier routes for you to get your money. Now, when you trying to build some shit, you trying to build your community back up, this is the type of flack you gonna get. Matter of fact, they gonna seize your shit and not nail one news. Not nail one news is gonna bring that shit, newscast is gonna bring that shit across the globe where it could be possibly warning other home people.
After spending millions of dollars, right? After spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in his own money. Now, mind you, I don't think this man was.
Ain't that a great story? Isn't that a great story though? Why wouldn't you want to report on it?
Even if he was, that was money he applied for, and he used it for what the fuck he said he was gonna use it for. He built a home, and not just any old fucking home. He built a massive fucking house, and can't nobody, bro. I'm telling you.
And remember, it's not just one house. It's like a hamster paradise.
If it's connected, right? If it is connected, and if you looked at it, every single house was connected to the next.
But listen, don't forget what he told you. He said that's for his family. Well, you trying to say like he was trying to get over on some shit. I don't think he was doing that.
Look. Right.
That's what they're gonna use against him, P. Be careful.
If I say this is your room, right? And that room got 6 more rooms in it.
I get that. I get it. But don't make it. I don't think he. See, that's what I'm saying. See, you on that monarchical shit, and the people could say that nigga. That's why we took your shit. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, if you thinking that, then that's what they're gonna tell you, Pete. They're gonna say, "Oh, what nigga you was trying to get over and trying to get everybody to get in here. You're supposed to be just one house." So that's giving them probable cause to stop that man from what he doing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Why you play it now? If that man was on the up and up and telling them, no, don't say no shit, because if that man told them people that I'm building houses or building homes for my family and getting that shit the way he got it up and running, and then they're coming in, that even adds on to the fuckery, P. That's what I'm saying. Because I don't think he called that shit no one house. I think that was wrong.
He probably did.
Castle and all that. That's what I'm saying.
He probably did.
I don't think he called that shit no castle.
I think he probably was like, "Hey, I'm about to build a family compound.
I'm about to buy this land. Now, I'm about to buy this land. You can make whatever you want on your land. That's the whole thing about buying the land, P. You don't have to tell them shit. You could build a fun house on that motherfucker if you want to when you buy the land, P. Think about it. The man had to get the shit. You told me the man had to get the shit tore down and all that. That's money he invested, not them.
Right.
So if you look at it from that perspective, they trying to find a loophole where they could say, hey, okay, you can't do this now. After all this shit built, P, now it's ours. So what y'all gonna do with it? It's gonna sit there,
Rent
P.
that bitch out.
It's gonna
Use
sit
it
there
for
and look like and make it be an
city functions
example.
like the Medulla Pontabla.
No, they ain't gonna fuck with it. I'm telling you, they look, bro. They'll sit that bitch there to make example. I done seen people do this, P. They done
Yeah,
built
that
their
would
house
be
up and
fucked up.
everything, bro. But they haven't did anything else in the community, bro. So it isolated that one house, bro. And it didn't. They had to sell it. And guess what they did? They had to sell it to the fucking state, and the state tore that bitch down, and they still had them same blighted ass houses around it. You see what I'm saying, bro? It's you gotta peep out the play sometimes. They not always trying to look for money to make something better. They also make money in destruction, P.
Yeah.
They don't just
That's
make
definitely
money
a
off
fact.
of shit being beautiful. You gotta. I'm trying to tell you. They make money in destruction, brother. Remember, order out of chaos. Remember their sayings. This is their little quotes and shit. This is not a Silent Child Godson quote. This is they quotes. Order out of chaos. Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah, we speak a lot.
Cause
on that one.
confusion. Building. What they say? Tearing shit down to build it up. They use these same quotes against us. Well, not just only against us, but like just when they want to push their agenda for whatever that might be. P. That might be power. That might be money. That might be land. You know, that might be scenic routes, so they could get to something faster, like interstates and shit, and get people to sign away their homes and killing them and all kind of shit, bro. Just backdoor fuckery shit where they can make it seem like it's on the up and up when in reality, motherfuckers did some fucked up shit to make all that shit happen, dog. And for them to take that man property like that, bro, or claim it as theirs, because I know he gonna take their ass to court, most definitely. I want to know their reason and what I'm saying. Like, what are y'all saying? Like, that I just say, for instance, if it was you and you had a problem with what that man was doing, what would be your excuse for fucking with that man shit, B? If there was you. Not if you was the man who built the shit. If you was the bankers coming in saying, hey, we got to seize your property. What would be your... what would be, what I'm saying? What was something that you possibly could use, to take his property from it? That's the type of shit I be thinking about. And you can answer that if you want, but you don't have to. It was just
the only thing I could think of that I would probably use is in some type of legal genre would be he didn't have the proper building permits to do that. Which he was standing there with all the shit in his fucking hand. That's what
you see what I'm saying?
Oh, he didn't have the proper building permits to build nothing this big.
What was all this
the man
shit?
Bought up everything around that whole little compound.
Damn,
what the fuck
bro.
is you talking about? You see what I'm saying?
Bro.
Sometimes,
sometimes they like to play in your face. Yeah, on purpose.
Right. So that, like, if that would be the excuse, that would be the excuse. You know what I'm saying? But that shit wouldn't hold not 1 ounce of weight in court because he got all the paperwork saying, I bought this, I bought this, I bought this. I brought all my paperwork down to show y'all what I was going to do. I got the permit. Yep. And then not only to think about it, the mayor and I think they said it was
That's right. That's what I was trying. They down with the get down. See, they down with this man not. That's what I'm saying. Why your local mayor not with you with trying to get the community to look at what you done built, bruh? Why are you going along with the bankers? See, these motherfuckers be rubbing each other back and be greasing each other and all kind, and they greasing their hands with this money and being in bathhouses and shit together. People, that's what we trying to tell you. They good friends.
What they call them the Greek bathhouses, steaming in the pool of each other.
They good friends, Pete.
They taking steam baths together and all that fucking.
Yeah, talking crazy to each other about this man shit and all this shit. Didi, don't shake your
And I
fucking
forgot
head.
who
You know
it
it.
was.
You know it. It was,
Trying to think. Who them
you be hearing them
people?
stories.
NACA, they said it was the Detroit NACA.
Even our own activists be in them bathhouses. You be exposed there. Uh-oh.
For sitting down thinking about that shit, dog. That's fucked up. And think about what
They
I,
click clack
I
together.
I'll be sitting down telling people about down here, like all this blighted property down here that is up for grabs, and we steady letting
On purpose, P.
all these,
On purpose.
not just on purpose, because guess what? At some point, we
Bruh,
can't keep saying it's nobody else fault. Wait, hear me out now. Hear me out.
I know what
Just
you about to
say,
say. We not buying it and all that shit. What if they're not selling it? What if they just not selling it to people, P?
if the think about it, if the city put a sticker up on that bitch saying blighted property, that means the city own it, right? They deeming it blighted property. They done took control of it. It's owed for taxes or whatever. They
Yeah,
took control
back
of it.
taxes and you could get it. I know about that. Right.
Right,
You can
and
pay
you
the
can
back
go
taxes
get
on
it.
it and get it.
So
Okay.
say the back taxes on
What
that
if they,
piece of
like I
property
said,
ain't
if
about,
you pay, like you got the money right now to get the back taxes, and the state plays with your paperwork for you actually owning the property, P. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
now
What if
that's
that
something
happens?
different. Now that would be the state with
Okay, that
But
means
if
you
the
got to go
city
get a
saying,
lawyer.
yeah,
You
we
got
gonna
to
go
go. You
ahead and
see what
sell
I'm
it to you,
saying, bro?
you gotta
Okay.
fight that shit,
They're
all
gonna
that,
lock
and get
your
tied
dumb
up
ass up in litigation and let you know that they
for
control that
years.
shit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, P. We know that. Look,
Mm-hmm.
I be trying to tell people this shit sometimes too, bro. It is that easy. It is, P. If they let you do it, it's still controlled by them. That's what I'm saying. It's still
That's
controlled by them,
and
bro.
that's where the fuck shit comes
And I
from,
hate to
bro.
say it
And
like that, but that's the fuck shit people is talking about. This is why these communities is like this. This is why these blighted properties is the way they are. Because these motherfuckers in these offices, lazy as shit, they're not getting to paperwork and they're not doing what the fuck they supposed to be doing. And if they is, their bosses and shit is putting regulations on what's to be sold and what's not to be sold, bruh. Some of them got partners and shit that works for realtors, P, and they're holding properties for their partners whenever they ready to buy the motherfuckers. So they keeping them on hold from people who's actually trying to buy the shit right then and there. That's the shit they don't talk about, dog. And that's the shit I be talking about. The shit that they don't talk about. The fuck shit, bro.
I just
ain't no way, P.
Matter of fact,
look at all these millionaires we
was
done made
talking
coming
about
from
this
down
shit
here.
with,
Ain't no fucking way.
with two of my partners at work the other day, right? Think about it like this shit. We only had 3 major real estate companies down here at one time. Think about that. Before Katrina, we only had 3 major. Century 21, with the one that is with the balloon, what's the people name? Century 21, Ladder and Bloom.
But you say with the balloon.
Yeah, Ladder and Bloom. Ladder and 1 is the one with the little
Oh, Ladder and Bloom. Yeah, I do know. Ladder and Bloom or some shit. Yeah, I know you talking about, yeah.
It was them, Century 21, and another major real estate company down. Right? Now,
United something, right? Wasn't it United something?
Yeah, something with United.
Wasn't it United? Something like that? Because my grandma had that for a long time, and I remember the insurance man coming. It was United something. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but United was last or first. I don't know, but it was United. It was something like that.
Now think about it.
Yeah.
That was your 3 major real estate companies down here. If you wanted to buy a house, you went through either Century 21 or Ladder and Bloom. Those were your 2 biggest. Right? Now you got real estate company after real estate company after real estate company. And they're coming down here, bro, and they're doing exactly what the fuck I've been saying our poor black people could be doing with their income tax money. Take that same little income tax money you got coming in every year. If they give you $5,000 and you go down to the city and find out that the back tax is owed on a piece of property in your neighborhood ain't but $1,500, and you take that $1,500 out that $5,000, which gonna leave you with what? $3,500 left. You go ahead and buy that property from the city, and
Go down to the bank, right? Take out a loan against the property and fix that property up and put that property up. Do a quick flip, fix the property up, sell it, pay the bank back what you borrowed, and then go buy another piece of property and keep the cycle going, right? But this man took it a step further and bought a whole fucking block. Imagine how long it took him to do that shit. And then
They don't care. And that's the sad part.
construction, the renovation, all the paperwork he probably had to put in to get that shit built. And then
Yep,
the shit come around and
exactly.
you know
All
what?
that
Now
fucking
that you
red
finished
tape he had to
building all this
peel.
shit, yeah. And to think about all the red tape that this man had to go through to get it, and then get it built, finished, ready to move the people in.
Gates and
You can't
everything.
do that. Nah, we ain't gonna let you do that, bro. Nah.
Nigga say it's
You got-
ours.
No,
They say it's
we own
ours.
that.
They took it.
Look, we own that. Like, wait a minute, motherfucker. How the fuck you figure you own this? I bought this.
Yeah, it's
Like,
crazy work. That's crazy work. I would be
So-
extra upset. And he's a strong black man, man. He's a strong so-called black man, and he definitely have my favor when it comes to this situation. So I'm definitely interested in hearing more about it.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna get some more videos from that and bring that up next week. Cause that's the one that we need to talk about. Cause if that could happen to him, which is not just happening to him, it's happening to other people who doing the same fucking shit.
That's right.
And if it's going on like that, then by all means and accounts, everybody should stand up and fight with that man for justice. It's not just justice on hold on. Now that they don't pass. It's not just justice on his front. It'll be justice for everybody who done ever been through that shit. And hopefully, like, the federal courts will start looking at the shit and be like, yo, they right. Y'all can't keep doing this shit. This shit is not legal. It's not right. What y'all doing is wrong. And we are gonna award in favor of any and everybody who done ever had to deal with some shit like that. Cause that shit not cool. You know? And to say the same people that sit in the fucking office, the so-called black people,
Mm-hmm.
that's supposed to be
Mm-hmm.
congratulating you on some shit like that. So if anything, them some true hating motherfuckers. Cause he did
I was about to
something
say, I
that
was supposed to
y'all,
be pulling toward his weight. Yeah.
right, he doing something that y'all could not or would not do. You see what I'm saying? And that's what makes it different. You know, like I said, they probably gonna take that man's shit and do like the mayor down here was doing, living in that shit and claiming it as city property. Oh, it's city property. Yeah, we can stay here. No, you can't. Fuck.
Man,
That's
that
for
man,
guests of the city and shit.
they gonna have that man wrapped up in all. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you, P. Like, as far as see, we
litigation,
think
man.
about like physical. Yeah, we think about physical goons. You know, like people to come whoop your ass when you don't pay somebody, right? You know, loan sharks and shit like that. They got, you know, the mafia and all that shit to come make sure you do it. You know, they come to your house and take your shit or shoot you or whatever, right? That's physical harm. You see what I'm saying? That's you could feel that, you could touch that. That's more scarier to the common man, as they would put it.
Mm-hmm.
But see this lawyer shit, and like I say, the litigation and fees and shit, tied up into court and shit. That shit mental, P. And nothing get done while you waiting on all this shit to happen. So it's like they put a
Right.
freeze on life, period, when it comes to that certain thing. And that's harming the shit more than them just coming to collect whatever they need to collect, you know, and you fighting back to get it. It's different, bro, because they get to hold that shit financially and keep you tied into it, like I say, with litigation and shit, mentally. Not only mentally, litigation physically. Like I said, you got to go to court. You got to, you know, These motherfuckers might want to break P and might want to resume this court date 3 months from now and shit. You know, that's aggravating, dog. What the fuck? You see what I'm like? I gotta cut the grass out that motherfucker. That's if they gonna give. So it's like you still fighting for your shit, knowing that you done did all this shit for it, bro. I'm telling you, bro. It'll tear you apart, bro. You know, that's a lot of shit, bro. It'll fuck with you bad. And the man's standing strong with that shit, bro. So, you know, I commend him, bro. Cause I can't imagine, bro. I hate talking to them fucking people, bro, about any fucking thing, let alone my shit. You know, so.
Yeah, that was all I had for in other news, man.
Yeah,
like
I
I
got
said,
you.
I'm
Shit, I
gonna
got one
dig up
for
some
you.
more videos on that, and I'm definitely gonna be bringing that up as far as like follow-ups and stuff like that, because he got videos of, like I said, he got videos of the construction, the demolition of the old stuff that was there, the construction process. Like, he literally did a video of the whole thing, all the way up until they come down to the part where he's telling them, you know, like he's telling us, the viewers, they trying to take my property, or they done took my property. Like, that's the part that I really wanted to highlight on. But I'm like I said, I'm gonna definitely keep y'all updated with that one. I think I sent it to Chop and them to show them what was going on with some shit like that. I ain't never get a reply, but you know, that's cool. But I'm
Man, I
definitely
got
gonna be bringing that up to talk
hey,
about.
bro. I got one for you though, bro. You know, since you into that science and shit, you know what I'm saying? Since you kind of put me on some of the science stuff, you know, something looking at the universe and the stars and how that shit really work and shit. You know what I'm saying, Pete? So these motherfuckers done found out how to freeze light. He said it again. They found out how to freeze light, people. Yes, this is true. Scientists
Freeze
and
light.
scientists supposed to be allegedly Italian scientists in I think what is it? Not Mumbai, not Maui. It's a Chinese one. Not China, I say Chinese or Asian. It start with an M. I forgot, y'all, but that's what the scientists did. Yes, thank you, Pete. Malaysia. In Malaysia, Italian scientists in Malaysia, they done found a way how to freeze light, people, which would break the whole scientific way we were taught science, people. So this is why you never really probably heard about it. I actually got this news from overseas too, just like with my AI news. I got this from overseas as well. They talking about it in places like Malaysia, Africa, India, and so forth and so on, where, you know, a lot of the scientists come here to go to school and stuff. So these people are actually saying that they did it, P, and I still don't understand it. The only thing I could think of, well, I do kind of understand it, but I understand it a different way. I understand it more commonly, I'm gonna say, than other people. What I caught from that, you mean to tell me if you could freeze light, that means you can make laser beams that could shoot out of a gun, like on Star Wars and shit. That's the only thing I got from it. Like if you could transfer light like that, so that means you probably going to be trying to figure out how to shoot it as a projectile as well. If you could freeze it and make it become a different mass, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it's different. It's not even light no more. You could touch it now. So you touch light, P. Like think, you know what I mean? I'm trying to, you know.
Bruh,
I told you I'm stupid.
Do you know
I
the
told you I'm
potential
stupid.
like the potential ramifications for that shit is astounding. right? But look, now
Yes,
when you say
it's
the
big.
freezing of
It's
light,
big.
guess what my mind
It's big.
came across when you say the freezing of light? Motion picture.
Go ahead.
Motion picture.
Okay.
Is that not the capturing of light? You see what I'm saying? Like whatever light is in
Yeah,
the area, you done captured it and froze it.
but it's still light though. But remember, it's still
Right,
light.
it's
It's
still light.
by them right, but by them freezing it, it turns into a whole nother entity as far as itself, and that's what they're gonna talk about in this news thing. Is you see what I'm saying? It's not even what it's supposed to be no more. Put it like that. It's something new. By putting these two elements together and creating this and making it a physical thing that's only supposed to be in another dimension. They're even tapping into that, basically saying that they did this. This is, you see what I'm saying? It's dimensional, you know. So the motion picture is the closest they got, Pete. If you're looking at it from that perspective, that's the closest they got was motion picture, actually. Because remember, they was talking about they wanted you to scratch and sniff the TV and all kind of shit they were trying to come up with.
Right. I remember that.
So Willy Wonka, look, Willy Wonka had you could pull a midget clean up out the motherfucking TV. It's, you know, the thought process does go there. So with the scientists actually fucking with shit so much, P, they found out that they could do this. It's kind of scary for me because they don't know how to act, bro. You know what I mean? They don't know how to just find shit and leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? Or trying to do something good with it. These motherfuckers always, that what made me think of a gun and the laser beam gun. Like, this is the way you will be able to project light by freezing it. So you have a gun that is a freezing, is you see what I'm saying? It's a freezing it's a freezing component, and when you hit the trigger on it, it shoots the actual made light projectile. I don't know, Pete. That's what, you know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to, I told you I think about the shit in the simplest way possible, but this is how they think, you know, because remember, war makes money. So scientists doing this, big wigs and people who fiend for money and greed and power and shit, they looking at how they could use it to keep doing that shit. So that's probably one of the first answers, or not first answers, or the first questions they're asked. Can you make this shit into a gun? That's scary, bro. That's what I say, bro. We go too far, bro. So I'm about to play this motherfucker. Here we go.
In an unprecedented feat, scientists have achieved the impossible. They have frozen pure light, making it behave like a solid. Our next story explains how this mind-bending discovery, which in a way challenges our entire understanding of reality itself. Take a look.
What is the fastest object in the universe? Well, it's light. Einstein formulated that nothing could exceed the speed of light. Now, in a discovery that borders on the supernatural, physicists have achieved what Einstein himself would have called impossible. They've frozen beams of light into a crystalline structure, creating the first ever photonic solid. Scientists at the Institute of Advanced Photonics in Milan have achieved the seemingly impossible. They forced light particles to remain perfectly still while maintaining their photonic properties. This isn't merely slowing light down, it's creating an entirely new state of matter that defies our fundamental understanding of physics. In a paper published in Nature, the team of Italian nanotechnologists and physicists explain how they fundamentally altered our understanding of light's properties. The light they've manipulated has become a true supersolid, maintaining a crystalline structure while simultaneously exhibiting superfluid properties. This achievement challenges conventional views on the laws of nature while making light more controllable and stable. The practical applications extend to advanced optical technologies and quantum computing, potentially revolutionizing how we process and transmit information while opening doors to discovering entirely new forms of matter.
For all the latest news, download the WION app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Yeah, man, y'all subscribe to them people, man. They be having that other news too. Yeah, I'm saying. See that?
That is so
The
cool.
crystallization
That is
of the
fucking cool.
light. Huh? It turns into
That is
another
cool.
matter, my brother. It's something
Called
else.
this
You hear me?
superfluid. It still maintains
What?
its photosynthesis, meaning
Yes,
the
they took
way
the
it comes,
prototype.
and then froze it and made it
Mm-hmm.
a superfluid where it
That
does
bitch
something
crystallized.
else.
It crystallized.
Yeah,
You
that
could
goes to what you were saying, though,
come
bro.
on,
They
Ron.
talking
I'm
about
trying to
use
tell you.
that bitch for weapons. And then look what they saying. They're using nanotechnology and supercomputing. So that's telling me
There
right
you
there
go.
that you motherfuckers is playing with that CERN machine over there in fucking Switzerland again. Leave that fucking thing alone.
Man, see, bro, like
Shit.
I see, these people who, these money grubbing motherfuckers who look at the world like they look at it and got it fucked up like it is now, which is not everything, you know what I'm saying? But these certain things that, is only benefiting them, they're looking at situations like this. They would destroy whole histories of people, bruh, to get their way, and it's not right, bruh. And the way they look at shit like this, knowing that they have technology like this, P, what you think they doing, bruh? They licking they fucking chops to me. How can I come up off this?
Fuck around and
Because the
destroy
scientists is
all of
just looking at
humanity
the
just for the sake of saying, I want to be the richest person on the face of the earth, or I want to be the one that discovered this, or I want to be the one to
this
do this and
moving.
do that.
Yeah, I think this moving. And I think this gonna move military technology into another atmosphere as well.
Hell yeah.
And
Think
bro,
about
I believe this, bro. I'm telling these people,
it is. Ain't no such thing as a man going fight in the war no more when I got technology that can freeze
I got
light and
no nigga. I could
literally
shoot light at your
obliterate.
bitch ass.
Right. I could shoot light over there. You don't even know where the fuck it
I
come
could
from.
shoot light at your motherfucking ass.
And
You
then
ever
it's
seen Blade?
interesting.
You watch Blade before? You know how when Blade shoot them
Yeah.
motherfuckers and they just fry?
Them
Holy
infrared
shit.
what they call that? The not
Holy
infrared.
shit.
Was it infrared? Black
Yeah, them
light or
sun
some
bullets.
kind of light they were shooting
Yeah.
at the motherfucker and
Yeah,
blasting
fucking red
their ass
bullet.
to smithereens. Yeah. So if we think about it, if that's what they're talking about,
Holy shit.
look where we going at. You're already talking about Walking Dead this and Walking Dead that, and we seeing meth heads on the street disintegrating like motherfucking zombies.
That's a
in the
good
street.
point.
You see what I'm saying? Like it's all
It
kinds
does
of
have
shit
his
that they
connections.
put in
Yeah.
front our face and then tell us, oh,
Yeah,
it's just
bro.
movie magic. Oh, the fuck is not, bitch. Y'all out here playing. Y'all really out here doing this shit to people. And the
FBI
number one,
experiments, CIA experiments, all kind of shit we
yeah.
exposed with the
Now,
ass.
now when we think about it like this, Fiddle, if this is what they saying they've actually been able to do, who are going to be the highest bidders to buy this
There you
technology?
go.
Right? When we think about it like that, the highest bidders of this type of technology is going to be the same type of people that will inevitably be using this technology against you. So if the American government is the one saying, hey, we're going to buy this technology and use it, then 9 times out of 10, they're going to be the one to use it against us, the people, first. Like the guinea pig to test it out on to see how well it would work to go conquer another country or another land or to subjugate somebody.
Yeah,
Like,
another faction.
we'll,
Yeah.
look,
Think about the
look.
heat ray. Remember the heat ray gun? They
Yeah,
did
the
that with the
heat
heat
ray
ray.
gun, the magnetic
The
gun,
heat, the
the
big old
EMP.
sit on top of the truck. Yeah, bro. They tested all that out before they put it on the field. So I mean, why wouldn't I believe that? You know what I'm saying? They would actually test this too. And to be honest with you, you know, animals and everything is involved when we come in talking about this type of technology, man. There's no holds barred when it comes to, you know, how far they would go.
What you got on that, Chop? Or do you as a matter of fact, Chop, what's happening with you, baby?
Oh, chop up here? He ain't come up yet.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, there
putting
he
him
is.
on the stage right now. Put him on the stage. What you got for us, Chop? You need to see the videos again? Or
He
what you
probably
able to
wasn't ready
see
yet.
them?
No, I don't.
Oh,
He
well,
probably
I'll take
wasn't
him
ready
down
yet.
if
P.
he ain't ready.
Let him get himself together.
All right,
But
I'll take him
but
down.
yeah,
Yeah, in the fucking body. He's not listening to me.
Who? Which one?
He's back there.
yeah, man. That shit fucked me up though. I'm gonna show it one more time and I'm gonna move on to my next other news. Chop, you can jump in anytime you ready though, brother. Ain't no bro. Cause you matter of fact, you just caught me on the last of the other news. So, you know, if you have anything you want to present or whatever, you could jump right on in after this one. But this shit crazy right here, man. They done found out how to freeze light. What is they doing it? Who is paying for this shit? Man, God damn. Why is the nutty professor in the damn Buddy Love is in there making crystal light? Never mind. Let me just let the man talk.
In an unprecedented feat, scientists have achieved the impossible. They have frozen pure light, making it behave like a solid. Our next story explains how this mind-bending discovery, which in a way challenges our entire understanding of reality itself. Take a look.
What is the fastest object in the universe? Well, it's light. Einstein formulated that nothing could exceed the speed of light. Now, in a discovery that borders on the supernatural, physicists have achieved what Einstein himself would have called impossible. They've frozen beams of light into a crystalline structure, creating the first ever photonic solid. Scientists at the Institute of Advanced Photonics in Milan have achieved the seemingly impossible. They forced light particles to remain perfectly still while maintaining their photonic properties. This isn't merely slowing light down, it's creating an entirely new state of matter that defies our fundamental understanding of physics. In a paper published in Nature, the team of Italian nanotechnologists and physicists explain how they fundamentally altered our understanding of light's properties. The light they've manipulated has become a true supersolid, maintaining a crystalline structure while simultaneously exhibiting superfluid properties. This achievement challenges conventional views on the laws of nature while making light more controllable and stable. The practical applications extend to advanced optical technologies and quantum computing, potentially revolutionizing how we process and transmit information while opening doors to discovering entirely new forms of matter.
Like what?
Nah, I do want
Say
to
they
say
could
this. I,
control light. Go
she's
ahead,
saying
P.
to make it into a more suitable and stable. Only meaning now you plan on doing something with it.
That's my point. That's why it's obviously investors like you was talking about earlier is already that's in play already. That's the only reason I think we're hearing it. Like it's shit already in 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 place. I believe that, P.
Yeah, it definitely have something like that in play already. It might be one of them. It's a couple of them. Yeah, I'm at the tire
Now
shop
wouldn't
right now.
that
Get my tire.
no, you good. What would that have to do with us looking at as far as what we was told about gravity? What we was told about Newton and the like you say, Einstein. She said in the beginning, Einstein would have said this shit is is not possible. So Einstein was talking about E equals MC squared, right? How true is
Right.
that fucking theory now that we've been basing a lot of shit off of? So that's what I be talking about too when these people find shit out later. Come to find out what we believed, what we learned must be erased because it was basically damn near all a lie. These people lied to us, bro. These people were in groups, communities, brotherhoods, secret societies, and all kind of shit, fraternities, and cahoots together, getting their hands greased and all kind of shit in bathroom and
Yeah,
greased in
the
bathhouses and
belief
every
the belief
goddamn
is
thing,
this though,
man.
that they were only saying that based on the technology at the time too. That's what we gotta
Nah,
really
That's
look
my
at it as.
that's
point.
bullshit.
And look how long it been going on, P. Why keep
That's
teaching it then
bullshit.
if you know newer shit than came
They
before?
knew
You
the
see?
shit already. I don't think they had to wait for new technology because you build the new technology based on the theories, right?
Right. But if you think about it like that though too, child,
Do they work
what are
versus
we
them not
basing? So
working?
if we
Each
basing
theory.
our new technology on an old theory, right? If they had the technology to freeze light way back then, we would have been using it now. We would have already been using it. Wouldn't have been no need
But
to
I think that's
discover
his
the new
point.
way.
Maybe they did, P. Maybe they
You
did.
just don't know they've been using it. They've been using that shit.
It's P. Maybe they did. That's what I think. That's what he breaking up. It's like because if it's meant for you to keep it back from the people, then you keep it back from the people. Remember, we talked about the
They got
mud
books.
floods
They got
and the
actual books
ancient
that just
cities
came out
where they showing the
with
technology that they said didn't come out at the time was already out. So
just like you were talking about
all this is into
freezing.
the factor.
What you talking about freezing people now, like the demolition man, people prisoners. They talking about doing that shit. They got books like
Cryogenesis,
Isaac Newton
cryogenics.
wrote fucking long time ago about shit that surgeries and shit that they could do to do certain things that people ain't never knew they was doing. Them books came out in the 17, 18 fucking hundreds. So I see what you saying, Pete, but you still ain't reset your brain yet, I guess. I don't know. You still think they telling you the truth, I guess. Cause they not. And like I said, I didn't seen a book my damn self that's older than anything I done ever fucking read before in my life. And they talking about all the shit. Like this shit right here, like freezing light and all that dumb shit.
Mhm.
All that shit probably in that book.
Remember
It's
we
an
talked
Isaac
about
Newton.
the fairs, yo. Remember the fairs, the big state fairs. These things
Yeah.
was not talked about. They had the big one in New Orleans, a while back. So this is what they was doing. They were actually bringing new inventions and stuff like that to the fairs, and people were, you know, buying, selling, and uh, people were sponsoring stuff like that. This is why we have stuff like today, like the washing machine and stuff like that. These were older models they were selling when they already created the newer models and stuff. They were already making them different ways and stuff like that. Even the car, let's make a good example of the car. The car itself, they were already having models with that with the four-wheel drive. Not only four-wheel drive, the turning of the wheels where you could self-park it, basically, like you could go side to side, like they do with the Hummers. They make it seem like that's something new, but it actually was already, some technology that was already been invented that they tried on other cars, such as the ones, that you got to crank up in the front. Remember, you got to wind that motherfucker up in the front. Them bitches had the wheels that actually could go left and right. You know what I'm saying? And not just go straight. So it was definitely a time before we knew what the time was. They had total control over what was being taught to us, especially through the institutions like the colleges and elementaries, as we call them. Yeah, it was a reset, Peter. It was definitely a reset. That's why I agree with you on that, because I'm telling you, we didn't talked about a little bit of, not too much, but we talked a little bit about that, these hidden buildings behind buildings and shit. You know, the mountains not adding up to how this building got up under all that mud. Is like, yeah, ancient cities. They still digging up shit right here in America that's older than what they've been telling us in Africa. Just think about it on that level. It probably come to a better understanding with that situation. But it's crazy. Chop, you had anything for other news?
No, no.
All right. So look, I'm Pete. This is for you, bro. Remember, I told you I was gonna bring that information for you about the robes. I don't know if you remember that. We talked about it Friday. Bringing that information for you about them robes. So this is basically like I was talking about last time. It was this Spaniard celebration that they do, y'all, and it's like all that shit connected into one. Child. It's like Mardi Gras, Easter, Christmas for them. They celebrate. They have a parade for the death and the resurrection of Christ, and they dress up in the form of the uh the scene of them actually going up to when they actually kill him and put him on the cross. And the people are dressed in this manner of the same dress as we know of the Ku Klux Klan. Now, the connection with this is that a lot of these people are actually foreigners and immigrants who actually, practice those same practices in their land, and they took that same ideology with other races that look the same, that same pale skin, and made these groups based off of the history of what they did. Now, it's double-sided because on the spectrum of what it looks like, and I'm gonna say this nicely, we are us being indigenous people of the land and looking at the situation of how they used it and how it's portrayed when I show y'all these videos. Y'all give me y'all thoughts on, not only one side of it, but just give me two sides of what y'all see. So let's start it off with this. Now, and we're speaking of, like I say, once again, we're speaking of we did a big build on the discussion of the Kanye West, um, excuse me, DJ Academics in the Ye interview, and he had this, this big hooded cone, plain looking outfit on, basically, and it was all black. And I was saying basically that I was kind of disappointed in my dog because he don't know the actual history and how far that go, even wearing the black one. Trying to make a statement sometimes backfires when you don't fully understand the history of the statement you made, and how it could be um how it can hurt your people that you're trying to help, break out of a so-called mental spell. uh I think he should, drive slow, homie. I think he should drive slow. Now, here we go, y'all.
Maria, a born and bred Seville local, has offered to take me deep behind the scenes of Semana Santa, one of Spain's and the world's most dramatic religious celebrations. She belongs to one of the centuries-old brotherhoods or hermandades and will be marching as a black-hooded Nazarena in one of the giant processions on the first day of celebrations.
Cheers, Maria.
Now I'm gonna play it again. I just want to stop it right there, just so y'all can understand that, you know, this is not nobody else saying it. This is not no interviewer or nobody is saying, hey, yeah, no, they're telling you the history of what it is, where it's come from, and how she's a part of it, and how she became a part of it. And it is a brotherhood, as y'all heard. If you didn't hear it, I'm going to play it again, like I said, but I just want to break that little piece down so y'all can understand the dress. When you make a brotherhood, y'all have a certain dress, or y'all have a moniker, or y'all have symbols and signs, or whatever, so y'all can know who represents who, right? So this is the same thing with them. It's nothing different. Bloods and Crips, right? Red and blue. Come on. It's the same. It's the same symbolization. It's the same. So just think on a simpler level when you look at this. Don't look at it or from a broad view of, oh, this just a culture type shit. Look at it, from your little corner or your little block, or from where you standing at, and how these people have these same similarities of the shit you see every day, or the stuff that you could match up to make sense, to make it make sense for yourself.
Maria, a born and bred Seville local, has offered to take me deep behind the scenes of Semana Santa, one of Spain's and the world's most dramatic religious celebrations. She belongs to one of the centuries-old brotherhoods or hermandades and will be marching as a black-hooded Nazarena in one of the giant processions on the first day of celebrations.
Cheers, Maria.
Cheers.
Good to see you. What is happening tomorrow?
I think it's my favorite day of the year because it's the day where my procession goes ahead.
Yeah.
And I would be also taking part in the procession, so I'm very excited.
Semana Santa, or Holy Week in Seville, is an annual religious event that commemorates the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. It's marked by a week of solemn processions featuring elaborately adorned floats, lifelike statues of biblical scenes, and penitents dressed in traditional robes that are often misunderstood. For the next 48 hours, Maria and her father Antonio will take me under their wings to show me the side of Semana Santa that outsiders don't get to see, and to help me understand why the
We left just in time.
Yeah, right.
It's the day before Semana Santa starts, and the anticipation is palpable.
All these chairs and everything, these are people to watch, right? You gotta pay, right, I guess?
Yeah, you gotta pay from 200 euros to maybe 1,000 or...
You're gonna see the people with the nice clothes.
So I want to stop it right there, just to show y'all that this just ain't no little pussy ass event y'all could just come to and all that shit. Oh, you paying them fucking euros to come sit and chill and do whatever you gotta do. So, like the lady said, 200 euros to 1,000 euros, and we all know that euros right now are more than dollars, and that's a different price tag. So they're not in no little rinky-dink town just setting stuff up and all that. No, they're in the good part of town, and they're celebrating their goodness in the good part of town with their good money that's been good for a long time.
I am the barber of Seville. Think
So
about that old. You hear that shit in them fucking in the old movies when
and
they
it's
talk
not the
about the
only
barber of
place too.
Seville.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. That is definitely, they part of town. It is, because this is not the only place they actually celebrate this. This is a big thing over there in Europe. They actually, let you know what's going on. The way they celebrate too is going to be familiar as well. So, just check this one out, and I'm gonna get y'all perspective after this one. But you see the black hoods though, right? You saw the black hoods, you
Right.
see the dress.
And guess
So
what?
we're gonna get in a little bit more into that too. No, go ahead.
I was about to say, and I remember
I'm in your
hearing about
background.
this. I just didn't know what the religion was way back then because I knew it was something dealing with religion and it not involving the Ku Klux Klan. I just knew it was something dealing with religion, but I didn't know what place in the world it was talking about it because it was in one of them movies that it was like was it Taken? I think they played that scene. One of them movies where they was like after them and the people had the same little black hoods and the white hoods and they was walking down the street and they had the little thing where they carried it on their shoulders, and I knew it had something to do with religion, but like I said, I couldn't think of what country it was in or where they were talking about it at because they didn't
Right.
really mention it, you know what I'm saying? But the KKK actually just took that and say, well,
No. Don't
this
speak for him, P yet. Don't speak for him just yet. That's why I'm showing you the evidence first before you just say that, because everything has its history. Everything has its history. Everything don't just come from nowhere.
wait, isn't Ku Klux
So
Klan a Latin word, right? Ku and Klux. Isn't that Latin?
okay now. I'm trying to
I'm
tell
asking.
you.
I'm
The
asking
cross.
for clarification.
No, you're right.
because
Look, I'm telling you. You understanding what I'm telling you, what I just told. What I just said,
okay.
it ticked in your brain just now. That's what I'm saying. Make these connections without them making them for you, because they're not, P. They don't want to have
They're not
that
going right.
backlash on their name. Think
Gotcha.
about it. But you do it for yourself based off of what you know for both parties having to be different. But why is these things connecting them if they so different? Or if they not them, then why do you have this symbol that's based off of this symbol? Why are you talking about the crucifixion of Christ when he's supposed to be Jewish and that's supposed to be Roman? And the Romans killed Jesus. So it's a lot of stuff that you got to connect with what these people are doing and how they're doing. Is it a celebration of the death of Jesus Christ because he died for your sins, or is it the death of Jesus Christ because y'all actually had something to do with murdering them?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the celebration that y'all started
Y'all
after the
celebrating the
murder.
murder of
Oh, let's find out, dude. But let's find out, P. Like I said, I'm just throwing it out there. But let's find out. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hit it one more time for you. Here we go. Now listen carefully, because remember, P, this is a brotherhood, P. This is not just some people randomly wanting to celebrate Christ, right? This is a brotherhood. You ain't hear her say that? I got you, player. Check it out.
Maria, a born and bred Seville local, has offered to take me deep behind the scenes of Semana Santa, one of Spain's and the world's most dramatic religious celebrations. She belongs to one of the centuries-old brotherhoods or hermandades and will be marching as a black-hooded Nazarena in one of the giant processions on the first day of celebrations.
Cheers, Maria. Good to see you. What is happening tomorrow?
I think it's my favorite day of the year because it's the day where my procession goes ahead.
Yeah.
And I will be also taking part in the procession, so I'm very excited.
Semana Santa, or Holy Week in Seville, is an annual religious event that commemorates the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. It's marked by
left just in time.
Yeah, right?
It's the day before Semana Santa starts, and the anticipation is palpable.
All these chairs and everything, what are... I mean, these are people to watch, right? You gotta pay, right, I guess?
Yeah, you're gonna pay from 200 euros to maybe 1,000 or...
You're gonna see the people with the nice clothes up here.
Maria is taking me to her chapel to admire her brotherhood's floats that are the focal point of Semana Santa processions.
How do you feel when you see it?
Impressed,
Yeah?
emotional. I'm surprised because I didn't know it was going to be dressed up this way, because normally he's dressed only from the waist down. So this is the moment in which Jesus is kind of gets his clothes ripped off
Okay.
to be crucified after.
And there's the Virgin, right? The Virgin Mary.
Maria has received special permission from the head of the Brotherhood to allow me to take my camera to the restricted area behind the floats so we can see them up close.
This is the Virgin's dress. It's incredible, the detail and the size of it. How did you become a member? Like, how does one become a member of a brotherhood?
We were doing one of our Sunday strolls.
Yeah.
We basically entered this church.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just felt something about it. Like as soon as they opened the door, I was like, Dad, I want to be a member of this brotherhood. And he looked at me like...
Because this is not his brotherhood.
No,
Yeah.
at all.
And guess
Now
what
it is.
happened?
But after
Okay.
me, after I
He followed
introduced
you.
him, exactly, like completely the opposite that what it's normal.
Are you religious?
That's a very question.
go.
I think I have like a dissident religiousness.
What does that mean?
I might live religiousness in a way that is not the standard one, let's say. Like I have my own beliefs and probably it's not
Why
what
not?
many people here would think, but I feel more comfortable doing it that way.
That's a very cryptic answer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Most of the
Oh,
members
wow.
of a brotherhood don't go on regular basis to the brotherhood. Religiousness is a little bit not as strict as might look like from the
But y'all
outside.
do
you know?
all that, Pete.
Maria's
Why?
comments about the religious aspect of Semana Santa surprise me. When I see
do
people
all that.
marching in the heat and black hoods, many carrying crosses, I immediately think they must be
Right.
highly devout. But as we finish up the day at another bar decorated with Semana
That's what we
Santa
go do, Pete.
iconography, we see members of her brotherhood drinking beers and eating tapas. I'm starting to get a sense that for many locals here, Semana Santa is as much a cultural and community experience as it is a religious one.
It's all about sticking together, you know, as a group.
I love it.
Oh.
Okay, so it's...
What did y'all get from that, fella? Oh, did y'all hear the same shit I heard? I don't know. I'm just asking. Y'all give me y'all thoughts on the videos.
I think
Anybody?
I think they doing the same shit the Moors started doing.
Details on that?
Yeah, the Moors was doing that before when they first took over Europe. They was wearing the black KKK thing or so-called KKK thing and stuff. But other than that, that's the only time I heard about this before that. Before me hearing about this.
What
now.
century that was? Because they said, I think she said 1500? 15th
When they
century?
conquered, when the Moors conquered Europe, whenever that happened. Because, you know, they wasn't always in charge of Europe.
What happened first? Maybe it was black people back there. Maybe they doing the same. They just keeping the same ritual alive that the black boys was doing as well. Maybe they keeping it alive.
Because I seen the video. Somebody was saying,
do the Moors believe in Jesus though? Because this is Roman Catholic mixed too. So you know,
I don't think they believe in Jesus. I don't know for sure, but I don't think they believe in Jesus.
Well,
I'm not sure.
What y'all think about it being a brother, actually being a brotherhood, and them actually not being as devout Christians as they say they is, but they do this big dramatic.
To me, it sounds like the
showing
same
up
as
for-
a regular church. Like, I mean,
people that's a
put money in the
similarity. Such
church.
as that.
People put money in the church.
And it's
I
called
even did
Santa, like
the,
Santa. Y'all notice that too? It's Summer Santa, like Santa Claus. So look at those connections as well.
So
of the name
the
of it
money
is
thing,
actually
like I
spelled
had
as
did the money switch. I don't
Okay,
know if she, because like
I
she
got I
said, she
got
don't
some
know
information for y'all on them
what the
who are
exact
believing in
price
Jesus.
was. She didn't know if it was 200 or from. She said from 200 to 1,000. I mean, if you do the conversion, I think that's like an extra $10 or something, or maybe like $90 if you do it to US dollars. But you'll be getting money back if you're a US person going out there and trying to get it if you're doing it from the US currency to euros. But I don't know, like to me, like I don't know, like fuck, everybody had their different views on religion and shit. And like she said, fuck, she don't do the traditional whatever religion, whatever that is. So I don't know. What you got, Pete?
She got P.
Okay, so Nola Facts and Receipts had went and looked up something for the Ku Klux Klan, and so we was trying to get that sent into the group chat, but it ain't go through. To talk about the Moorish belief in Jesus. The Moorish Science Temple of America, a religious movement founded by the noble Drew Ali, believes in Jesus as one of the true and divine prophets of Allah, alongside with figures like Muhammad, Buddha, and Confucius. So they have a wide spectrum of people that they believe were prophets. Now, looking back at what we're talking about as far as these guys with the what they religion is. I said it and I can't say it again. That's messed up. But they do seem to have and
Yeah, they took over the land in 700 AD. That was a long time ago.
So knowing that, we
711
know
to be
now
exact.
that there is a lot more than what they're saying about their religion and how their religion operates and works and carrying on. Because if they took over and you weren't there operating under the principle of love and happiness, right? You had your own ulterior motive as to why you took it over, but celebrating in the life and the death along with God with the Christ. That's a bit of a big step to see around here with two different religions.
It's all bullshit to me because they all white.
Mm-hmm.
So we not, to me, it's like it's them just believing in some shit that they won't believe in or whatever they think happened. Not what really
That's a
happened
good
or
point.
going off a real
Mhm.
historical and the third. You ain't doing none of that because if you was, it wouldn't be that color. What?
And you wouldn't be drinking beers and shit right after the resurrection of
I don't
Christ.
know about that.
They got the bands and
Wine,
everything.
like, it was 9 to
You'd
going
be
west
having
up
free
in them
calls right after the ceremony.
days.
Jesus just
Yeah,
died on the
that's true
cross.
too.
Y'all whipping y'all back, y'all got the cone heads on, and I'm gonna get into that too, fellas, with the cone heads. I'm gonna explain that a little bit for y'all with that situation. And when you find out why they actually wear it, it kind of go against what we actually believe. You know, we actually believe what they saying about the goddamn cone heads.
Ready?
Wow. Do you want to show me what the full... So obviously when people from overseas see particularly the hood,
Yeah.
I mean, they think KKK.
Yeah.
So
unfortunate.
Explain it to us.
This is an outfit that has been around in Seville for minimum.
It's unfortunate,
15th
but she
century.
laughing.
Even before that, like there were many people doing penitence and they went on
15th century,
processions,
child.
and we know that they wore similar tunics to this and capes and everything. It became very famous with the Spanish Inquisitions that they used to use these cones for the people in jail and everything. Well,
Spanish
it just kind of passed on,
Inquisitions.
like anybody doing penitence for their sins. So it's a long-lasting tradition that gets very unfortunate, when in the 60s the KKK.
So if they wear the cone heads for these sins, what the Ku Klux Klan sins is for wearing the cone heads?
Some type of fake
If
Mystic ritual
everybody
sound
out
like.
there, look, if it's for your sins and all that, Peter, why everybody in the parade got a cone head on? What everybody that's sinful went against that they got to hold this Jesus Christ up and and march him down to his death? What everybody sin is for doing that? See what I'm saying? These people are telling you that they are suspects in the murder. They all watched it, y'all. Listen, they telling you. The lady just told you. When you go to jail and shit, you put your cone head on them. That's what they used to do back in the G. It's your shame. The cone head is your shame. Play it
Now
one more
that makes
time.
sense.
Check it out.
You using
Check it out. I'm gonna play it one more
that to
time.
hide
You
your
ready?
sin.
Wow. Do you want to show me what the full... So obviously when people from overseas see particularly the hood,
Yeah.
I mean, they think KKK.
Yeah.
So
So unfortunate.
explain it to us.
This is an outfit that has been around in Seville for minimum 15th century. Even before that, like there were many people doing penitence and they went on processions, and we know that they wore similar tunics to this and capes and everything. It became very famous with the Spanish Inquisitions that they used to use these cones for the people in jail and everything. Well, it just kind of passed on, like anybody doing penitence for their sins. So it's a long-lasting tradition that gets very unfortunate, when in the 60s the KKK takes the outfit probably from here. Unfortunately now, for example, like our pastry shops that sells sweets,
See what I'm
they
saying,
have
Pete?
like
Ain't no
small
problem.
depictions of
Look,
Nazarenos like
look.
all year long.
Yeah.
No? Foreigners come here and they get very scared. Or if I told anyone from the US that kids do wear like this, that's very scary for
Oh,
them.
okay.
and
Ain't
I'm
gonna tell
really
your
sorry.
kids is
We
involved,
were
yo.
friends.
Listen to her. She's smiling in your face, telling you this.
Como llevo una mascarilla, se ve si me río.
I love my job.
You've got
Blunt talk. Tell us the secrets, man. I love it. Tell us all. Tell it to us all. She say they probably got it from them, fellas.
Probably. In all
We're gonna say it's
likelihood.
unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the Ku Klux Klan got it, but they probably got it from us, though, Pete.
Probably.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the Ku Klux Klan don't believe that they sinned though.
They Catholic too.
Yeah, but they don't
Right.
believe that they sinned though. They believe that we the ones that sinned and they the pure race.
That's the
They don't
that's the yes. That's the truth.
But
Yes.
isn't that the biggest oxymoron that you could think of? Like you believe that, yet you're sinning by doing the opposite of what your religion teaches you.
In the name of Jesus.
In the name of Jesus, as well as whatever else they believe in. Because remember, they Catholic, they Baptist, they all.
They Roman Catholic. Yeah, this is a Roman Catholic tradition that's in Spaniard. That's in all them areas and shit. So this is how much of the control over the situation what we know about the papal bull of 1492. See, this goes deep, fellas, about what their conquering actually and their conquests actually made and transpired to where these people still celebrate this shit to the day. The eradication of your people. Child just mentioned the Moors, These people, remember, they tie themselves to Morocco. A lot of times, they're not even understanding that connection and that significance when it comes to some of these things. Maybe that doesn't have the same tide. So when we look at these things, we can't take them for face value. We take it with a grain of salt and we pull it with what we understand what's actually going on right now. and how they use these same tactics in our face. They laugh at their celebration of colonialism, fellas, of colonization. They're telling you how they did it. They took your leader down, right? They took your top dog down. And this was one of the main ones that started it all up. At least that's what I see. I don't know. That's what you see. I don't know. But yeah, man, we gonna definitely get to this. I appreciate y'all on your takes on that, cause man, this shit get deep, fellas. And we gonna keep moving, man. So I'm gonna jump straight into the segment, y'all. The hidden hand, man. And it dives right into what we gonna be going along with. So all right, we got another crew, P Dot, with the black that wore the black too. That ties into the boys of Ku Klux Klan. But there's a slight difference. But one of y'all said it Friday. One of y'all mentioned pirates, didn't y'all? Didn't one of y'all mention a pirate about pirates? Or something like that?
Probably.
Don't worry about it, but
my ass was in and out.
we were talking about maritime law and all that. Don't worry about it. We'll jump into this. Now, this is gonna be interesting. So remember what you just saw. Let's take it all in. Remember, let's go all the way back to the JFK bill we did, fellas. Because I got some stuff from that one, y'all. Still from that bill. You know, it ties into this right here. So matter of fact, this was inspired by that documentary. So like I said, again, shout out to your people, bro, from bringing that to you and you bringing it to me, bro, because it definitely added on some puzzle pieces for myself, you know, doing a lot of, you know, the research on these type of topics. So there we go.
Bombings, burnings, corruption, and murder.
It really was about organized hatred.
100 years ago, a shadowy group called the Black Legion amassed power and a sizable following across the American Midwest. Historian Dana Frank tells Inside Edition Digital.
The Black Legion was a paramilitary fascist clandestine organization that was founded in the mid-1920s. It was an offshoot of the Ku Klux Klan. I think a lot of people have heard of the Klan, but not of the Black Legion. And the Black Legion was much more secretive. By the mid-1930s, it had, we think, probably 300,000 to 500,000 members. And that's a lot of people.
Oh my God.
The group's numbers soared as the Great Depression threatened the livelihoods of so many.
Stocks collapsed, factories shut down, businesses passed out of existence, and the ranks of those already unemployed swelled into a huge army. Unemployment swept the nation like a horrible...
This is important right here.
Fear and economic uncertainty fed the Black Legion. Frank says it appealed to white Protestant men who pledged allegiance to the group in secret torchlit ceremonies.
There was an initiation ritual that would happen out on somebody's farm in the middle of the night, and you'd be surrounded by as many as 1,000 men in robes, and they wore robes that were black with hoods and pirate caps. Now you tell me what the pirate caps were about. You know, it was about these guys having fun terrorizing people. They had to kneel with a gun at their side, put a hand on the Bible, and swear to eliminate all black people, Jews and Catholics, and anybody who opposed the Black Legion.
Black Legion members engaged in a terror campaign meant to suppress anybody who wasn't white and Protestant.
They would take people out and beat them. They burned down restaurants. They burned down all kinds of other structures. And people were really seriously terrified of them. They took over the Federal Relief Office in Lima, and an inspector went and interviewed people there, and they were just everybody was terrified to talk about it. Almost all the 48 employees there were in the Legion.
I'm sorry, it went off, fella? It stopped playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it stopped playing.
It did?
Yeah.
Oh, let me play it again. Hold on.
Bombings, burnings, corruption, and murder.
It really was about organized hatred.
100 years ago, a shadowy group called the Black Legion amassed power and a sizable following across the American Midwest. Historian Dana Frank tells Inside Edition Digital.
The Black Legion was a paramilitary fascist clandestine organization that was founded in the mid-1920s. It was an offshoot of the Ku Klux Klan. I think a lot of people have heard of the Klan, but not of the Black Legion. And the Black Legion was much more secretive. By the mid-1930s, it had, we think, probably 300,000 to 500,000 members, and that's a lot of people.
The group's numbers soared as the Great Depression threatened the livelihoods of so many.
Stocks collapsed, factories shut down, businesses passed out of existence, and the ranks of those already unemployed swelled into a huge army. Unemployment swept the nation like a horrible pestilence.
Fear and economic uncertainty fed the Black Legion. Frank says it appealed to white Protestant men who pledged allegiance to the group in secret torchlit ceremonies.
There was an initiation ritual that would happen out on somebody's farm in the middle of the night, and you would be surrounded by many as a
The reason why I say it's
men
bullshit
in
because
robes,
it's
and
what
they wore
Jewish
wore
people
robes
say.
that were black with hoods and pirate caps. Now you tell me what the pirate caps were about. It was about these guys having fun terrorizing people. They had to kneel with a gun at their side, put a hand on the Bible, and swear to eliminate all black people, Jews and Catholics, and anybody who opposed the Black Legion.
Black Legion members engaged in a terror campaign meant to suppress anybody who wasn't white and Protestant.
They would take people out and beat them. They burned down restaurants. They burned down all kinds of other structures, and people were really seriously terrified of them. They took over the Federal Relief Office in Lima, and an inspector went and interviewed people there, and they were just everybody was terrified to talk about it.
They put the color in neutral. Do he not know neutral gonna move that motherfucker on his ass?
No, we definitely gonna get into the other half of that. Speaking of Lima, so basically, Chachi's saying they had
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, don't listen to that
a
motherfucker.
base, a foundation base, with it came to them actually setting up. Your background loud, P. I can't even hear myself
Oh,
talk.
my bad.
Excuse me, people, for that, but yeah, they basically set up a base. Their foundational base was set in Lima, Ohio, of all places, right? Ohio is one of those main bases when it comes to when we speak of the indigenous people and we talk about hotspot areas, when it comes to the land before time. Ohio is a hot spot. They got a lot of mounds in Ohio as well. Louisiana and those other areas coming on down. Matter of fact, we could go up to Michigan and come all the way down to Louisiana. That whole little, foundation is a big base. You already know, Tab, like you control, the Mississippi. You have the Americas. So I wasn't surprised that it was actually, somewhere in that area. If they would have said New Orleans, I would have felt, or Louisiana, period, I would have probably felt the same way because you're really setting up base in, an area like that for control.
I think that them saying, I think she lying when she say the Jews and the fucking Catholics had to do the same shit as the black people. The reason being because I already know that the Hitler shit was a lie, and I know that the story that is nowhere in the world that the Jews have the same story that black people have, and you didn't see them go through half
It's definitely
as
a
much
connection, shot. I'm
shit
glad you
as,
said that.
half as much shit as we know black people went through. So, I just was watching Power, the Raising Cannons, and they got a scene on there where the dude over the record label basically saying, that's why I say 50 Cent be on some shit because he knows shit and he put it in his shit, and if you know it, you're gonna catch it. But
right,
the Jew sitting up there telling black dude the whole story about how he had the struggle and this, that, and the third, and the black dude at the end was like, all right, nigga, like what the fuck you saying? Like, we all had to do that, nigga.
That's
I still
day.
need money right now. Like, I don't give a fuck if you came over here with your daddy from what you say, and your daddy ain't have nothing, and they couldn't find nothing nowhere, so they decided to be entrepreneurs and do the music shit.
That's how they made policies off that same story. They made policies and
you gotta tell that shit to somebody that
and
don't
shit
know
in
what
place.
That's what they
Yeah,
gotta
bro.
do.
So
Tell
she
it to
did.
somebody else.
So
I know
definitely
that.
take the like basically, but you know how they gotta tell a story because basically, this is still media, right? So, those little trinky lies, tie into actual truths as well too. These people actually did exist. You see what I'm saying? This was actual group. They were here with this many number of people and followers who believed in this, not only in Ohio but all over the United States. This was a major thing at one time. So looking at the connections with what they were trying to do, even when she mentioned Catholics too. So this is the
Right, I was looking at that. She was like the blacks,
yeah,
the
this is
Jews, and the
this is that
Catholics. If they didn't
yeah,
agree
this
with
is
it,
that
like
bullshit
hold
what
up.
you was speaking of earlier, chap, about when you said that the Ku Klux Klan, spaced off from the religion aspect. And my point is that this is what they use to keep the hidden hand. They make it seem like it doesn't have its ties, but it actually is tied all in together if you know the history of black people or indigenous people of the land. And what actually happened, like I say, back to the papal bull, when the Roman Catholic Pope sent a hit out on the Americas. It was already up and running with the South America thing, so they was already moving and shaking down that way, as they say. I hate to say it like that, but I'm just trying to keep it right quick. But I definitely see your point of view on that, dog, because we have to put all that in place when we talk about this shit. So we definitely, that's why I call it the players and pawns. What we talking about right now is the pawns of the game, really. How these people were even able to make these moves, Jewish, Catholic, and the ones who they say they so-called hate had to be involved with it. This is money. Money is green. Money ain't got, they always tell you that. And when a racist motherfucker do business with you, when it comes down to that green and all that type of shit, even the Muslims tried to do it with the Ku Klux Klan. They had that big old meat with the NOI. So, it was the FOI, one of them. So these things are definitely in place, and these things are always supposed to be, in the background, not to be seen or to be talked about. Having it hidden so people wouldn't really actually look at it from a logical perspective. They always want you to pick a side. So long as you picking a side, we can make money and keep power in this game we call life. Shit. Or Monopoly, which it all depends on what side you looking at it from, y'all. So let's get it, fellas. Where we at? Let me see. I think I'm a fly. Yeah.
Though it stretched across the upper Midwest, the group was headquartered in the town of Lima, Ohio.
In the town of Lima alone, 1 in 5 white men belong to the Black Legion. So including the mayor, the chief of detectives, the chief of police, the county prosecutor who was elected by the Black Legion in exchange for never prosecuting them. And he went on to serve 4 terms in Congress. His name was Robert F. Jones.
Few in power did anything to stop the Black Legion from extending its influence and terrorizing people.
All these people that knew about it, it was their job to stop it. Chief of police that did not stop it and knew about it, and that goes all the way up to the head of the WPA, the relief authorities in Washington, and J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, knew all about it. He had for years had people report, agents and other people reporting to him
Our
about
favorite
in detail
agent,
of the
fellas.
Black Legion, and chose to not to do anything about it. And there's this whole question of why, and it is apparently
He was tied into the
because
JFK thing,
Roosevelt
too.
was beholden to the Southern Democrats who, in order to pass the New Deal, and the Southern Democrats were embedded with the Klan. Roosevelt and Hoover knew that if they went after the Black Legion, then that would then reveal things about the Southern Democrats and the Klan, and they didn't want to touch it.
The Black Legion met its end when enough people spoke out against it, lifting the veil of secrecy that gave it so much power.
All those people that informed to the postal inspectors, to the FBI, to relief authorities, to all kinds of people, to prosecutors, to detectives, and those people were unbelievably brave. Now, some of them were former Black Legion members, but there's also just ordinary people.
Here
There
we
are
go,
two white
Chuck.
factory workers in Lima
Some of
that
them
wrote
was-
to Hoover, saying you need to take these people on. This is what's going on.
That led to the prosecutions of Black Legion members and leaders. A murder trial in Detroit implicating several of the group's members generated a lot of press. It even inspired a popular movie starring Humphrey Bogart.
They'll kill me for telling you. Them Black Legion guys don't fool. I'm not
Now
fooling
we
either.
getting
You're
into
gonna
the
put that
entertainment,
down. I can't
fellas.
get out.
Uh-oh.
Nobody ever lived to get out of the Legion.
The Black Legion did fall apart institutionally and very quickly.
They making
Dana
movies
Frank
about
gives
some
a
secret
detailed
shit?
and chilling history of the Black Legion in her book, What We Can Learn from the Great Depression, Stories of Ordinary People and Collective Action in Hard Times. She cautions that even though the Black Legion is no more, groups like it can and do spring up again.
You can see it all over again when you get to the late 70s and the factories start shutting down and going overseas. All the deindustrialization of the upper Midwest, and then this stuff comes back, right? And it's, surprise, surprise, people have this legacy that the answer is going to be hate, as opposed to looking up and having class politics and talking about the billionaires. It's like, oh, you look down, you say those people are the problem, and that armed struggle against them is the answer.
The Black Legion may be a past we are doomed to repeat.
It's clear that there's a
And y'all gonna keep repeating it as long as somebody is sponsoring it, fellas. What the fuck?
Think about it. Anytime Jewish people, think about it, look at it like this. Jewish people were making movies about an organization that was hell bent on their
against
destruction.
Thank you, Peter. One of the top rated, what they call that shit, the top movies, bro, that they first ever made, bro, was it War of a Nation, Hate of a Nation? Damn, your boy redid that bitch.
Was it?
It's some Birth of a Nation. Yes, the most. Oh man. I used to have a coworker named Morris. I'm saying not Morris. Daniel. Daniel was from one of those countries. They used to whoop that bitch. Oh man. Yeah, tell him a story, Pete. It got a little drama in it. That boy whooped that bitch. Oh man. Okay, sorry to hear that. Oh man. Jeez. That's how I felt about this right here, bro. That's what I feel about this right here, bro. What is we talking about, bro? That's a great point, though, Pete. Chop, you want to say anything on that before I move on?
I think that people, the way I've been thinking about it lately is the real severity of when someone takes you over, if that makes sense. Like what that actually looks like. Because we hear it and we, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They gonna take your shit that's good because it benefits them.
All the
They're
time.
gonna mask it or say it came from them because they took your shit. You've been conquered.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like every time I think about it or I hear it,
My
or
jacket.
I
This
hear
ain't
these
your
people
jacket,
talking
but you
about
took it
doing
from
shit,
me
and they
yesterday.
do shit. It's like y'all taking shit, y'all taking period shit and adding shit to it. That's like music right now. There's an app called Suno that you can actually put to a beat, and the bitch not gonna sing lyrics, but the bitch gonna sing tones in each spot where a person that should sing would be singing. So it's like the bitch
Wow.
writing the song for you. You didn't made the beat, so now it's
Yeah,
just
I heard about that.
putting
I
it
heard
putting it here,
about that.
putting it there. So now you didn't wrote the
So
whole
that's
song.
more than a correction. Yeah, that's more than correction. That's what we call
It's
perversion.
taking just food. If we go to food,
God
you know what I'm
damn.
saying? If we say food, like how many different apples are they? How many different bananas are they? How many different oranges are they? How many different types of lettuce? How many? You see what I'm saying? Why? Why is it like that? All
That's
right.
definitely a control pattern. You know, it definitely seems, yeah, bro. And I don't think people can keep ignoring it. Like, at least you can admit to that. You know what I mean? It's definitely a pattern to the same thing
It's
when it's the
authentic
same
version of
pattern. When it's
everything,
the
and they
same thing.
white,
Like,
wash,
yeah,
egg, cool, because you still
I'm
want to say
talking
you
about
doing. How you
from
gonna
the
convince
rooter
the
to the
people of
tutor,
the
child.
land if you're not doing the same traditions that the people on the land was already doing?
Or at least keeping some. Yeah, if you're gonna hire one thing, you're gonna hold it down.
It's easier
Yeah,
for me to convince a bunch of New Orleans people if I'm doing a bunch of fucking second lines.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Regardless of
dressed up
why
as
I'm
Indians
doing
and
them,
shit.
but that's connected. Yeah, but that's regardless. Yeah, because my meaning could be totally different, but I'm still using y'all traditional ways
I
to get
mean, it
my
gonna
point.
be different, but I won't bring you in so it could look like it's us, but
Celebrate
it's
with me,
me.
so you can celebrate with me. Yeah, and my God and all that. That's a good point.
You know, every time I be hearing them people
Hence
talk,
the parades.
what
That's
I think.
chap. You know they do the drum. You know the band. They got a band and everything. They be out there at that summer that's what is it called?
That shit in Europe.
That
Yeah,
event
yeah.
they be having out there.
I'm pretty
They
sure they
have the
got a
bands
band.
out there too.
Because how you
Chap,
gonna get
guess
people
what?
without the
The
drums,
rhythm
the
pattern. Look,
frequencies?
the
How
rhythm
you gonna
patterns.
do it
It
without the
sounds
frequencies?
like
You
the
can't do it without
high
the
school
frequencies. You're
bands.
not
It
bringing
sounds
nobody
like the high
in.
school bands.
You're
You
not
hear
bringing
me? It
nobody in
sounds
without the
like the high
frequencies.
school band. I was fucked up. I wanted to show that part, but I already had too many clips already, so I could. But
Yeah, you're not
I
showing.
wanted you to
You're
hear
not
that
doing it.
specifically. I wanted to ask you,
You're
do
not
that
doing
sound familiar? Chap? It sounds like they just finished a little segment right quick, like, or they
There's
just finished the
no
song basically.
reason. So think
Boom,
about
boom,
it.
boom. I'm
Like
talking about the
me
bass,
doing more history
yeah.
on the second line shit, and knowing that we never, you know what, people that don't know, black people didn't celebrate Mardi Gras. We couldn't do that. That wasn't us. We
It
We
is.
wasn't
did
allowed to.
Carnival.
That's them.
And where they
That
do
come from.
Carnival
That
at?
was
They do
them.
Carnival in a whole bunch of black fucking
And
places,
people started.
right?
That's what I was
That's
Or
telling
right.
Peter. I
so-called
say them
black
people
places,
start
I would say.
celebrating they shit over here, regardless of they motherfucking social views. They started celebrating their shit over here, and we can't ignore it, regardless if it came from the robes, from the motherfucking parades, y'all. We already talked about that paganistic shit, and the Greek mixed with the Greek too, right? Remember, y'all mixed with the Greek.
Yeah.
Y'all, they be mixing all that shit, y'all. They these are groups and families that have got together to conglomerated on our ass. You see what I'm saying? And told us we all one.
We are one.
That's just
And that's the
we all
way
together.
it
They even doing it
is.
with religion. I'm telling you, on some made shit, Peter. You know what I'm saying? Like, frankly, just hit a note on there. Man, that's a great point too, child. Yeah, bro, definitely.
Oh, wait.
So we gonna
Something that just came
go ahead.
across my mind before we move on too isn't this one of the things that Martin Luther King said in the I Have a Dream speech, that he wanted the Protestants and the Catholics, the Jews and the Gentiles? Didn't he say
did
he
say
wanted
that.
all them?
He did want
What?
that, but his views changed
Yeah, I'm
around the
about to tell
time.
you.
Right before he died, he said, "I think I'd have
I led my
ran
people
my
into a
people
burning
into
building.
a goddamn burning building, man." So that spoke volume to me about, just the realization, you know what I'm saying? People can change, but it's up to you to speak up on the change too, and realize what's actually going on. A lot of people are actual pawns, people. people. They are
Yeah.
actually pawns out here. That's why I called it the players and pawns. They hit, this hidden hand, and the players and pawns that's behind it.
You
We're
gotta
gonna
think
learn the
about how many
players.
people
We're gonna know
came
who the pawns
together
and
to make
realize who the
sure you
pawns is.
don't think like I just said. You see what I'm saying? Like I just said that shit so easy, like, and it's that much common sense. A lot of people's brains probably went
Right, that's what I was saying. Don't look at it from a broader view. Like, put it to the simplest form as
but
you
just
possibly
think
can.
about it,
Closer
like
to
you don't have no say so.
yeah,
They took you, nigga. You got took. You don't have no say so, none, unless
you gonna take
you
the
look
clout.
at,
You gonna take the clout.
unless you with
Oh
the players
man,
in the pause.
P Dot, man, I've been hearing you on Blunt Talk, bro. Man, won't you gotta set up for you, bro? You know, man, you not gonna believe them. You're gonna see what they talking about. Cause you're gonna be so shocked that they didn't even heard your shit. You're not even gonna ask yourself, how the fuck did you
How
hear
the
this
fuck
shit?
you heard about this? Right. Who the fuck told you about our podcast?
But they'll come strong with it though. And I think that's a part of this, this thing what they call doing a deal with the devil when it comes to the entertainment industry. You know, how they cold talk with a lot of shit, knowing that these people also believe in, religions, rituals, and all kind of other shit too. So it does has its connections, fellas, but they don't want it to connect. So they say this shit separately. Like they tell you
But
when
if
you're
you
trying to
look
buy
at it
a
right,
toy or
you
something.
can see it.
Sold
You can
separately.
definitely see it connect. That's the whole
Yeah,
thing.
because
Like
they just want to make
if you
some more
looking
money
at it
off
right,
it.
you
Remember,
can see that
like
shit.
a toy. Yeah. They'll tell you something sold separately, y'all. Like the action figures, remember they had an action figure, but you gotta go get the Batman. You get the Batman, but you can't get the car and the guns and the shit, the Joker, and sold separately. You gotta spread this out so we can make as much as we can off this shit. Cause we playing both sides, so we gonna get into this shit right now. Speaking of, playing both sides, fellas. Here we go.
The name of E.H. Harriman. Who was E.H. Harriman?
Dynamite's ready, Butch.
Mr. E.H. Harriman himself, he had the confidence of...
Open the door or that's it.
You think E.H. Harriman would get himself killed for you? Woodcock?
I work for Mr. E.H. Harriman on the Union Pacific Railroad, and he entrusted me.
I'm sure Americans in particular will be amused to learn that Edward Henry Harriman was actually a real historical figure. This man was one of America's first industrial giants, and like the Rockefellers in oil and the Carnegies in steel, he got his start by borrowing money from the Rothschilds, of whom we'll hear more later, to create a monopoly for his own business, which was railroads. He was the 19th century railroad king. It was a monopoly which wouldn't be allowed today, and it helped in turn to create the Rockefeller oil monopoly. Now this gave America's first industrial giants colossal power. These were the first people in human history, we mustn't forget, whose businesses were worth more than most countries. People whose fortunes dwarfed anything that the Caesars or the Tudors or the Medici ever dreamed of. So, being greedy, they used this power to engage in price fixing. Naturally, they formed a cartel. Their attitude was that they could charge whatever they liked for steel and oil and transporting goods on the railways. They knew that all American business was dependent on them, and they'd made sure there was no competition. So they could ignore market forces and charge pretty much whatever they liked. Now this naturally caused resentment, and it's very interesting that the press at that time started calling these first Illuminati bankers and industrialists robber barons. Of course, once these fortunes began to be made, others naturally tried to get in on the act. One who succeeded was J.P. Morgan, who became a private banker during this period. But modern critics have discovered that far from being the richest man in America everyone thought he was, it turned out upon his death that Morgan actually only owned 17% of Morgan Bank, and that like so many others, he was simply a front for the Rothschild family. 5 years after E.H. Harriman died and handed on the business to his sons, W. Averill Harriman and E. Roland Harriman, this new breed of Western business moguls faced their first really big test with the coming of World War I. Once again, we must never forget that this was the first time in human history that a truly global conflict had been fought. It was sure to
Human
have
history,
long-lasting
fellas.
international repercussions, and many observers at the time had their doubts as to whether Western industrial capitalism, which was still in its infancy,
As far as what's been
could
written.
cope with the demands of war production. In the world economic recession which followed, many feared these fledgling industries might vanish altogether as countries struggled with debt and war reparations. But actually, Western capitalism emerged
white
from
people
World
was
War I
mad.
in a far stronger state than it was in at
Look
the
at that
beginning.
graph, chap. Look at the graph.
So how could this be? The First World War taught the new class of international bankers and industrialists a very simple lesson. War is good for business. Take, for instance,
War is good for business.
Y'all can hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, who that is?
Who that dude across the street?
I thought that was dude.
I want anybody want to chime in on that?
So all this time, nigga thought
Got
JP
some
Wait, P, I know
Morgan.
that blew your brain right there.
No, look, I had heard something like that, but they still was making it
The
seem like
railroads.
JP Morgan was the
But how
biggest
important is the
name
railroads?
in the child.
Let's go back before JP. But let's go back before JP. Let's talk about them railroads. Because if you ever seen the movie Emancipation with Will Smith, if you haven't, they talk about how they used to use the slave labor, like I was telling y'all about. When they captured these people, they used to blow up the mounds, the Indian mounds, and lay down the tracks. This wasn't just with the Chinese. This was also a practice that they were doing, and that was the guy Hyman. He was the guy. He was over the railroads, like you see on the Monopoly. Like you see on the Monopoly board. He run he run the railroads, yo. He was the one who pushed that through as far as commerce, and like I said, coming through with anything to get to people, whatever that is, basically. And he made a lot of money off of that from them, doing it the way they did it, basically, off of a lot of that free labor. So your boy doing what he did was actually a part of a bigger group that were also into oil and everything else. So do y'all think this was just out of coincidence, or do y'all think that there's something bigger at hand with this?
I mean, fuck, America, the corporation it is. I think people don't understand that. Like, I think people, you know what? I'm gonna stop saying it. I think people understand it, but I don't think they really comprehend what that means.
What you got, Pete? Hello? He got me saying hello.
You got you on the spot.
I'm gonna play the next one.
Yeah, I'm back, man. I heard what you were saying, Chop, and I it's not that people don't understand, right? I just think that they have a hard time believing the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because you get used to being fed
Stomaching it
so
because you
long.
think you free. It's hard to tell a nigga they not free.
It is. It really is. Right?
If y'all didn't
It's
watch the
definitely hard
Jonestown,
to tell people that
if y'all
they
didn't
not
watch
free.
Jonestown, please go watch that movie. It was a great movie based off of a play.
It's
Jonestown.
not hard to tell people that they're free. Trust me, it's not. It's hard for them to believe it.
That's a good word.
You see what I'm saying? It's hard for them to believe it because you being told one thing so long, and then to find out, even though you are essentially free,
you still not free? Because think about it, the same freedom and quality of life that is extended, and notice what I'm saying, extended to some is not extended to all. So that would make it hard for you to really believe that you are free. You see what I'm saying? You not being given the same opportunities don't mean that the opportunity ain't there, right? Because it's not being given to you. But the opportunity is still there.
Mind fuck to the next capacity. Nigga,
You
turn
see what
your,
I'm saying,
nigga, turn
Chop?
your
Like,
mind around and doggy style your brain. That's what's going on right now. So no, I see what you're saying though too, P. You know, I'm not disagreeing with them.
For
That's
them
just what
people,
it
but
is,
see,
though.
and another thing people don't know too is for those people to have those powers is some type of legislation that backs it.
Shit put in place. Shit is put in place, man. And
So
guess
that
what? And
means
if I tell
too,
you is you could get free TVs if you vote for this legislation. And you go vote for that shit for your free TV, P, like there you go, P. You go vote for it.
You gonna go vote for it. Fuck. It's just saying, fuck that free
You ain't
TV.
gonna
I already got one.
especially
I don't need
that-
another one.
Hey, sometimes incentives, go to the best. Like our brother Steve Coakley always say. Sometimes when you're given something, it's the setup. So I tell you, man, hey, bro, that's a good point too. So I'm gonna keep it moving for that. Like I said, I got a couple of ones to hold us down. So we gonna definitely get to this shit.
Curious about them, and in 1867 some undergraduates from a rival campus society broke into their headquarters to see what this skull. The name of E.H. Harriman. Who was E.H. Harriman?
Dynamite's ready, Butch.
Mr. E.H. Harriman himself, he had the confidence of...
Open the door or that's it.
You think E.H. Harriman would get himself killed for you? Woodcock?
I work for Mr. E.H. Harriman on the Union Pacific Railroad, and he entrusted me.
I'm sure Americans in particular will be amused to learn that Edward Henry Harriman was actually a real historical figure. This man was one of America's first industrial giants, and like the Rockefellers in oil and the Carnegies in steel, he got his start by borrowing money from the Rothschilds, of whom we'll hear more later, to create a monopoly for his own business, which was railroads. He was the 19th century railroad king. It was a monopoly which wouldn't be allowed today, and it helped in turn to create the Rockefeller oil monopoly. Now this gave America's first industrial giants colossal power. These were the first people in human history, we mustn't forget, whose businesses were worth more than most countries. People whose fortunes dwarfed anything that the Caesars or the Tudors or the Medici ever dreamed of. So, being greedy, they used this power to engage in price fixing. Naturally, they formed a cartel. Their attitude was that they could charge whatever they liked for steel and oil and transporting goods on the railways. They knew that all American business was dependent on them, and they'd made sure there was no competition. So they could ignore market forces and charge pretty much whatever they liked. Now this naturally caused resentment, and it's very interesting that the press at that time started calling these first Illuminati bankers and industrialists robber barons. Of course, once these fortunes began to be made, others naturally tried to get in on the act. One who succeeded was J.P. Morgan, who became a private banker during this period. But modern critics have discovered that far from being the richest man in America everyone thought he was, it turned out upon his death that Morgan actually only owned 17% of Morgan Bank, and that like so many others he was simply a front for the Rothschilds family. 5 years after E.H. Harriman died and handed on the business to his sons, W. Averill Harriman and E. Rowland Harriman, this new breed of Western business moguls faced their first really big test with the coming of World War I. Once again, we must never forget that this was the first time in human history that a truly global conflict had been fought. It was sure to have long-lasting international repercussions, and many observers at the time had their doubts as to whether Western industrial capitalism, which was still in its infancy, could cope with the demands of war production. In the world economic recession which followed, many feared these fledgling industries might vanish altogether as countries struggled with debt and war reparations. But actually, Western capitalism emerged from World War I in a far stronger state than it was in at the beginning. So how could this be? The First World War taught the new class of international bankers and industrialists a very simple lesson. War is good for business. Take, for instance, Remington. We tend to associate their name with typewriters, but actually they made most of the rifles and handguns.
Oh, we about to get into Remington, fellas. We about to get into Remington. We definitely about to get into Remington. I want to just
Wait, that.
man. Where should I want to ask a question and I'm trying to figure out where do I start?
Go ahead and ask the question because I'm lost right now. Like, I know
I
that
know
they
you
were saying
lost.
that war was
You lost, my
good for
brother.
business, right? That goes to the money grubbers we were talking about before we started the podcast, right? Solomon, we was talking about that. So go ahead and ask the question because, like, I need the question to be able to give you an answer.
Okay. All right. Knowing Ruff, like, okay, you heard about JP. JP really didn't actually own what he was known in the media to for him to be known. So he was actually playing as a front. He's, the flower shop, but they're really running a casino in the back. And this is keeping the flower shop open. JP Morgan is the face of this. So knowing using that tactic, how do these entities not take advantage of using this type of power, knowing that they have this type of money? Like, is this something that would be out the blue for you too? If if you had that type of money and stuff, would you be trying to invest in as much as possible? And would you take these dramatic ways of getting it, and things, just things like that? Like, what you think about the way they did it, basically, how they gone about it? Like, because I got more with it that goes along with it, but just knowing Hyman, right, and knowing that he passed it over to his sons, right? If you heard that part too, right? Hyman ran the railroad, so we know the railroads do what? They control every export and import that's not on sea. Correct?
Correct.
So that means everything, and then big trucks and all that wasn't out at that time. So everything was ran through, your railways. It's still to this day. So, having a monopoly on that, do you see the control that these people actually had over, what was being, do you see the control that these people had with, with the situation that's going on, basically, like, as far as America and in other places, as far as, like they say, Europe and other places too, like, because I don't really want to give you a question. I just wanted you to kind of soak it in, you know what I'm saying, more than anything, you know what I'm saying. But I'm gonna just move on to the next one to put a little more.
Definitely a lot of control, and not just control over here, but as well as in other places too. Because money talk, bullshit walk. And remember, at that time, we were still living with the gold standard. For every $1 was a certain amount of weight in gold. So them motherfuckers was swimming in gold, like Donald Duck, what that boy was, Scrooge McDuck off of DuckTales. That boy was swimming in gold. Think about it in them terms. But definitely, it's a lot of control. But for the sons to have the control over the railroad, which was the main source of transportation throughout this country, they should have had even more of a bigger percentage than what their daddy had if they had control over the railroads, because they could have easily say, well, fuck it. If you not gonna give my daddy or me the amount of money I want, since I control the railroads over here,
Yeah,
I could
it was
sabotage
passed
the
on.
railroad system and fuck everything up.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
fuck the railroads, fuck all that shit.
passed on.
Now you can't shit if
No,
you
they
can
took
get
over
shit.
World War. No, they helped. They with the railroads. They helped fund the first World War. Is what he was saying basically. The daddy passed on the railroad business to them with the people that he was in cahoots with to keep the money going for the railroad, because they were
Family.
moving ammunition, tanks, and all that shit to start the World War One. They were doing business with the other barons, like the oil barons, the barons who was, you know, the people who were
The
the
other
equipment
robber
people, like
barons.
Ford and all them. Yeah, that's why the news was calling them the robber barons, because these people were putting strongholds on things of that nature that everybody needed. They were taking full control over consumption and consumers' control of how they live their everyday life. Like if you selling us cars, but you control the oil. You telling us, you know, to go fight your war, but you're funding the operatives. You know,
Right.
you're selling them tanks, but they're going against America. Shit like that. So they're making money hand over fist. Not only that, they're also, you know, putting this facade on as if they're picking a side, and it's really not no side to be took. So it's, you know what I'm saying, it's a lot of shit that's in place basically. They not even, it wasn't that the sons was even looking at it from their perspective. It was the daddy, once he died and shit, he gave it to them. They automatically inherited it. And all they did was just kept the business going that their daddy already had going on. And that was with the other barons, basically. You see what I'm saying? It just passed on through the nepotism shit. All right, so let me see. I think it's this one. Let me see.
Take, for instance, Remington. We tend to associate then.
Yeah, this the one right now. And the last thing we left off with. Now we all know Remington from the guns. I never knew Remington was doing other shit, but Remington was doing other shit before the gun shit, y'all. I don't know if y'all knew that. Y'all probably did, but I didn't know
I ain't
that
know
shit.
about
But
the Remington
yeah,
typewriters.
Them bitches used to make razor blades and shit
wrong.
for
You know what I'm
shaving.
saying? Chop, I'm saying, what the fuck? I said, boy, that's some dirty
Remington
shit, but
Steel.
that's a hell of a change. I ain't gonna say it became dirty shit, but at the time, I'm like, damn, that's a hell of a change from typewriters to guns. I'm just saying, like, somebody saw dollar signs. That's what I took from that. So we gonna get into
They
the rest of
call
this,
that
fellas. Here we go.
what's the
And this one
word they
gonna be
use
long
in
too. So
business?
y'all
They
give me, so y'all give me what
they
y'all was gonna say on
diversify.
the
Had to be some fire ass typewriter.
They had to
Nigga said it
diversify
was
their
some fire ass
portfolio.
typewriter. They couldn't have been chopped. They stopped making them motherfuckers and started making 357s and shit. Motherfucking sniper rifles and shit.
They weren't smart
God
enough to
damn
make
it.
computers.
Selling it to both sides. I know that. There you go. They didn't even think that far. They say, fuck, that gun money was some good money then, chop. Chop, that
Gun money
war
is
money was
always
some
good
good
money.
money, son. I don't, especially when you got a world war, huh?
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
And I could wait and remember, I could
Wait.
sell it to the U.S. I could sell it to the French. I could sell it
Ain't
to
no
the
I
Germans.
could. I am.
And
No,
wait,
that's
no, I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at how their mind was clicking. Like, I could sell it to the French.
yes,
I could
and they
sell to the
did it,
Germans.
and
I
I
could sell to
did.
the Russians, and I'm selling to the Americans. I'm making money on 4 different ways off of the
That's what
steel
I've
that
been trying to
I'm
explain.
buying and getting motherfuckers
Yes,
to
brother.
recycle these ships,
And I know the Earl nigga,
airplanes.
and I know for the tanks, for the. Come on, man,
For the
all that,
tanks, the battleships, the airplanes.
all that.
Like,
All that steel
Yeah.
coming back over here. Motherfucker crash a car, tear that
fuel.
bitch up. Give me that steel.
The fuel, the
They was
money, not
getting
only
that.
fuel. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
They was getting it
The
in.
food, the fuel, the like you say, the steel, you know, transportation, man, all that, man. All that. That's why you push for shit like that when shit going down. Remember, everything come out the blue when they say they're in a crisis. But you never really see the crisis. You just see them begging. So we about to jump into this one, fellas. Here we go. This one a little long, so y'all kind of just soak it in and y'all take y'all time with this one. But it's gonna tie into what we was, talking about too as well. So definitely.
Take, for instance, Remington. We tend to associate their name with typewriters, but actually they made most of the rifles and handguns used during the Great War, and made a colossal fortune in the process. The banks, in their turn, lapped this up because it meant that defence contractors were having no trouble repaying the huge loans they had outstanding, and, best of all, the world's richest nations had had to borrow huge sums from the merchant bankers in the first place to finance the war, the Americans and the British just as much as the Germans. And they would now be repaying these loans to the banks for decades to come at a steep rate of interest. For international merchant
All white
bankers,
folk.
the Rothschilds in particular, the First
Allegedly.
World War had been a gift from heaven. And people
It's
watching
alleged
this
he's
should ask
black,
themselves
yo.
a simple
That's a
question
little,
before passing judgment.
conspiracy theory
Supposing
around Nathan
you were in
Rothschild too,
business during that war,
and the Rothschild
and the
family.
contract you had with the government to supply the troops with tin hats, or boots, or uniforms, or gunpowder was netting you millions every year in profit. And then
There you
one
go,
day
Pete.
the war ended, and your money stopped completely. What do you think your attitude to war might be? That war was good for business was not the only lesson the ruling classes learned during this period. The Russian Revolution of 1917 terrified rich people all over the world. Watching Lenin and Trotsky taking over such a vast area of the globe, the kings and queens of Europe's tiny sovereign states in particular became extremely nervous. The question on all their minds was, supposing the communist success in Russia should inspire their own working class to rise in revolt. Many of the crowned heads of Europe, like England's George V, had been related to Tsar Nicholas, and the brutal execution of the Tsar and his family, particularly the bayoneting of his young daughters, sent a shockwave through the upper classes of every nation. Did a similar fate lie in store for the royal families of Holland, Sweden, Spain and England? This question was
Putting it
lying
out there that
heavily
they're
on the thoughts of
attacking
the
the
elite
rich.
when the First World War
Look,
ended in 1918.
they flipping the
and
script,
it had
yo.
the effect of focusing
Like
the
a
minds
revolution.
of the new Illuminati bankers and industrialists on the question of what to do for best with a defeated
But
and
they
dilapidated
sponsoring it.
Germany. The population were poor, penniless and worn out, yet the German economy still contained some of the most sophisticated and expensive industrial stock
Look,
on the planet.
how?
The Illuminati
See?
sensed an opportunity. Supposing, as the world's first international businessmen, they could get their hands on Germany's steel mills, her coal mines, her factories, ports, and her shipbuilding industry. Over the years, certain names have become very familiar to those who maintain an interest in the Kennedy assassination. None more so than Alan Dulles, whom Kennedy fired after the Bay of Pigs disaster, and yet later he somehow managed to chair the Warren Commission, which was supposed to be investigating Kennedy's death. Something few people know, however, is that Dulles and his older brother John Foster Dulles wrote the Treaty of Versailles. They were both lawyers of Sullivan and Cromwell, and it was largely they who decided that the German people must pay war reparations totaling 135 billion marks. A mind-boggling sum at that time, which today translates into 250 trillion. When this was announced, the legendary UK economist J. Maynard Keynes maintained it was a ludicrous sum, and he did a swift calculation from which he reasoned that it would take Germany until 1988, 60 years hard
Reparations
labor,
and shit,
to
huh?
pay it off. But it didn't. So why? Maynard Keynes sensed that the Dulles brothers, backed as they were by the new Illuminati, were trying quite deliberately to sabotage the German economy, And they succeeded. As mass unemployment led to hyperinflation, the famous stories of people papering their walls with worthless Reichsmarks and handing over their life savings for a loaf of bread soon followed. With German investors on their knees, the new Illuminati moved in and began buying up shares of stock in German industry at a knockdown price.
Buying what?
Now, why did they do this? The cynical mind would say to make a buck.
After they destroyed
but it really wasn't that simple. What they wanted was to make Germany strong again so that she would become a bulwark against Soviet communism.
Germany was fighting for its life. Certain measures were needed to protect it from its enemies. I cannot say that I am sorry we applied those measures. We were a bulwark against Bolshevism. We were a pillar of Western culture. A bulwark and a pillar the West may yet wish to retain.
It was around this time that the newspapers, which these same rich people owned, made sure the word Bolshi, a truncation of Bolshevik, entered the English language, so that we would associate Bolshevism with aggression. And it was with these subtle and not so subtle methods that the international elite began to shape our destiny for the remainder of the 20th century. The intellectuals of the period were furious. They were incensed, they were depressed, and you get a very good feeling of the political atmosphere of the time from the diaries of the Labour politician Harold Nicolson, when he writes, "We have lost our willpower since our willpower is divided. The people of the governing class think only of their own fortunes, which means hatred of the Reds. Our class interests cut across our national interests, and I go to bed in gloom." With such heavy investment coming into the country, particularly from America and Britain, Germany began to recover very rapidly. And then the new class of international financiers began searching around for
the new class,
homegrown, authoritarian political movement they could support. What they needed was someone they could count on to be both aggressive and expansionist. Ultra-right-wing forces, which at normal times would have been ignored and marginalized, were suddenly given very careful consideration, until finally the rich elite found a man and an idea which they felt might deliver the political outcome they desired. Adolf Hitler and his fledgling National Socialist Party. At the same time that the world's rich elite began grooming Hitler for his starring role, they also became even more deeply involved in military intelligence. I say even more because the Dulles brothers, Averell Harriman, and the chief of Remington, Samuel Bush, a man referred to as the original Merchant of Death, had a relationship with American military intelligence stretching back into World War I. The lesson here being that the American variant of military intelligence started out with businessmen protecting their investments, just as if they were a mafia. Right from the very beginning, it had nothing to do with national security and everything to do with money. In Hitler, the Illuminati had found a ready-made stooge who could be the face of this autocratic new movement. And when the time came to put together a new secret intelligence service which was going to help protect all the money they had tied up in the German economy, these men also found one was readily available: the Order of the Skull and Bones at Yale University. Discussion of secret societies is something of a minefield because it so easily invites ridicule. It is very difficult for the general public to accept that the secret leaders of their Western world can possibly be as mad and deranged as they actually are. The public, generally speaking, are sensible.
Look at the similarities in the robes.
People who have to balance their checkbooks, so they inevitably tend to laugh at stories about Satanists and occult believers. But if you talk to any well-informed historians, they are all aware of the important role which various secret societies have played in human history. The Black Hand always played a pivotal role in the history of the Mafia. If you talk to anyone in the UK who is political and read books, they are always aware that the ruling class of Britain, including every member of the royal family, is a Freemason. And the emblem of the death's head was sported on the caps of the high-ranking Nazi officers from the very beginning. The symbols of these secret societies always seem to play around with some kind of skull and bones motif, so that it's abundantly clear what their mission statement is. These people are pirates, willing to commit any crime for big money. And they first became established in America at Yale University in 1833
At America?
with General William Huntington Russell and Alphonso Taft.
Oh shit. Now, do y'all remember I showed y'all the Ku Klux Klan members who had the black masses with the pirate hats on, fellas?
So all of this shit got something to do with pirates.
Shit. I'm not making this up. I'm just putting it together, y'all. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Since y'all know
Pirates of
this
the
is
new era. Loot and plunder.
they calling themselves, they
Trade
say they
rumors
pirates
and
too.
start wars.
By how they rocking. Remember, we talk about maritime law too, and how they put them laws on the land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So much of history
Like I say, that
involved.
was a long one, fellas. But just grab something for me, whatever y'all got out of that one, right quick.
I definitely
Because I'm gonna
agree.
keep it going.
Go ahead, Sean.
It's like that somebody put the information together. Because it's a fire-ass video. And them bitches long. Fuck, I mean, it is what it is. They're going to be long. But as long as people get the information, that's all that matters. Don't worry about it being long. But I'm just glad the information getting out. Because I've seen it a few times. But it's like, it's a lot of things that you didn't always think. And it's a lot of ways we probably thought things was going. And it wasn't. It's a lot of people that you thought was enemies. And they wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Way through that.
I do want to say this. It's a lot of looking at what we're looking at now and seeing what we see. It's a lot of miseducation that needs to be corrected, right?
Yeah.
Because these are the things that they teaching our children, the things that they're teaching our children in school now about the history that was taught to us.
I guess Trump don't
And
sound
they-
too crazy now.
right? The history that was taught to us is not the same history that was taught to our children in school. Not to mention the fact that they are literally saying, don't teach them this, don't teach them that, and it all involves people of color, right? And not just people of our color, but people of different nationalities, race, and origins as well. So the miseducation will continue until we can overturn the system of miseducation that we were taught. Like looking at this now, knowing that these motherfuckers was like on some real pirate ship, right? And we sailing on a motherfucker right now, knowing, oh yeah, well Hitler was this, and just hearing the man saying Hitler was an immediate stooge, right? Meaning the fall guy or somebody we could put the
Yeah,
blame
remind
on.
me of George W. Bush. Mm-hmm.
Spelling potato wrong around this motherfucker.
Reminds me of him.
You know what I'm
It
saying?
does.
But
I mean, a patsy.
we
I've
got
heard
to
these
kind of
sayings
think about it
before.
because
So
I heard.
yeah,
Matter of fact,
it's
I
not
heard
far-fetched.
that. I think it was the first George Bush and the second one that them boys was members of the Skull and Bones
With the
Society.
JFK, we about to get into that, man. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when we look at that,
Yes, sir. We about to get into
we gotta start putting all this shit together
all
and wonder
connected.
why the fuck the shit still like why nobody don't know. Like I know somebody know other than the Rothschild family where the fucking Rothschilds live.
You know what I'm saying? Where they
everywhere,
compounded,
remember.
what country they in. Well,
Lawyers,
no, there's said to be one compound
CIA,
specifically
FBI.
just for them, right? That only they know about, and they raise their family on, and this, that, and the other. And okay, so
I
the
don't know.
people that work for the Rothschild family, do they not have outside contact with anybody in their family, or is everybody that works for the Rothschild family
I mean,
a
I don't think
member
it go
of the
like that,
Rothschild?
P, because J Electronica, Chaka could correct me on it. J Electronica was fucking with one of the Rothschild's granddaughters or some shit.
Yeah, I think. They actually
Yeah,
had
like
a baby.
Rothschild. Okay, see what I'm
I
saying? See
think.
that they
Well,
know.
I don't know.
You know, Rothschild, and like he was fucking with one of them, and he's a rapper. He probably into more than that, but as far as what we know him as, he from a rapper down. He a rapper from down here.
Wow.
So I know, right? Like how you get in contact with him if I'm gonna base it off of how
How
the
did he
people
get in
look at it from
contact
your
with
point of
them?
view. Yeah, like so. I don't think it go like that. You see what I'm saying, P? I think it's the look of you, like you said earlier about the freedoms, which y'all talking about the freedom shit. It's the look of you having control gives them control over you because you don't believe that they actually, are in control.
Right.
You think you're making these decisions, or not only just being with him. I'm not saying that they, bought them together, none of that shit. I'm saying that you thinking that what her family is tied into is going to stop her from being influenced by the outside world is,
Right.
it's not, you know what I'm saying, it's not nothing that's just some regular shit. They're gonna let her, be who she is, or whoever is connected with the family. Because even them thinking about it like that, even them, the younger children probably don't even know their own history. Looking at the
Right.
it's just a bit of shit. It's how it's set. Or even if they do, sometimes when you into
They
money
go
like that,
against
it's like you either go against it or you with it. Either one, though. So yeah, let's jump into the Skull and Bones right quick. Look, here we go.
Curious about them, and in 1867 some undergraduates from a rival campus society broke into their headquarters to see what this Skull and Bones thing was all about. Of course, being a secret society, they made other people curious about them, and in 1867 some undergraduates from a rival campus society broke into their headquarters to see what this Skull and Bones thing was all about. They reported that inside there were lots of lamps and candles, many dilapidated human skulls lying next to a fool's cap and bells, and it was morbidly dark because the walls were covered in black velvet. Having established a suitably satanic atmosphere, initiation rites were then performed on new members, who had to engage in group masturbation and sodomy while they lay in a coffin. Now, it's very easy to dismiss all of this as bizarre, silly and irrelevant until you see the list of Skull and Bones members who have ruled America since Skull and Bones began. Although they only graduate 15 initiates a year, those 15 have always gone on to occupy the very highest positions in American society.
US Secretary of State William Max Evarts was a Bonesman, as was Treasury Secretary Franklin McVeigh, Chief Justice Simeon Eben Baldwin, and the 27th President of the United States, William Howard Taft. The founder of American football, Walter Camp, came through Skull and Bones, as did the very first chairman of the Federal Reserve, PNJ, and director of Standard Oil, Percy Rockefeller. Averill Harriman, the son of E.H. Harriman and founder of Harriman Brothers, the largest investment bank in the world, was a Bonesman.
We just finished
And
talking
so
about
were
Harriman.
both of the George Bush presidents.
And they were
During his premiership, John
There
F.
you go.
Kennedy was surrounded by Bonesmen like McGeorge Bundy and David Acheson, son of Dean Acheson. Kennedy knew these men refer to each other as brothers under the skin. They swear an oath of secrecy.
Brothers under the skin who swear oath of secrecy. And they wanted Brown to be down with it. That's why I was telling you, Chap. It ties way back from from your segment with the JFK, and they also was doing a live council meeting about the releasing the information about the assassination to the day. I've sent the link too if you want to go check it out. Your boy was talking about some of the same stuff we were talking about from your segment, bro. So just knowing that these players, y'all, and these people, the hearsay part about, what they found and all that, I mean, you take that with a grain of salt. But those people actually being on record in these secret societies is something you can't ignore, basically. And to see that these players are in play, with all these dramatic things that have happened to the world, yeah. I mean, we could go all the way to what happened with the buildings. Your name, that name still was tied into that. A lot of stuff is transpiring. So, how much stuff can you actually get done by actually being a secret society and playing both sides? Do you think the people? Do you think that's enough to trick the people, or do you think that this is just all some stuff that's from just from speculation, basically? Or is this, you see what I'm saying? Is this all this what this man saying? Is this really possible? Or is this all from speculation from what you've been presented so far?
It's possible. And not only is it possible, it is likely reality. You see what I'm saying? Because for them to actually be known to be on record in these societies, which, like, at the end of the day, they wouldn't be secret societies if everybody knew of them, right? So there's no real secrecy as far as that part. We have to think, what was the secrecy within the society that
I get what you're saying.
made
It's the allure, right? It's the allure, but there's also, I got you.
secrecy within? And the secrecy within is what I think got Kennedy assassinated, because he was like, yo, no more secret societies. We want to know what these guys are doing. We want to know what they're talking about, this, that, and the other. So not just knowing that, like thinking about it, like you said, they probably wanted him to be a part of the secret society, which, if that's something that he didn't choose to engage in,
I think he already was part of it, and he was trying to get out.
I think his daddy was in pocket with them bitches, and he finaged them. I think they expected him. I think they expected him to be a part of it, and I think he went against it.
well, this the other crazy part about that. Like, I see that they may have wanted him to join, but like, as long as he bear no secret information that came from within the society, I don't see that would be a reason to have him assassinated. You see what I'm saying? Now, if he did, and he said, "Well, I'm about to tell the world about this bullshit y'all doing," then yeah, I could see that be one reason why they would have him assassinated, right? But if you don't have no information, that's just like and I'm gonna tell you, I know a lot of Freemasons. A lot of them boys said that they are Freemasons, but they step down because of their religious beliefs when it comes to being a follower of Jesus and being a Freemason. It was like, oh well, the Bible say you can't serve two masters, and that was for the most part the one that I know
And you're
that
not supposed to
became
take
religious,
oaths.
and that you're not supposed to take oaths. That too. So they were like, well, I had to make a choice: either continue to be a Freemason and go against what I know is said in the Bible, or step down from
Compromise.
Freemasonry,
That's the
right?
word they
Which is
use,
just
B.
just compromise and
Compromise.
step. Go ahead,
Don't it sound so
compromise and
much
step
better?
down. Go ahead, make the compromise, step down. Still maintain my title as a Freemason, but just no longer
Mm.
partake in any of the
Yeah.
things that they do.
Whatever else I could go forward with, what I possibly
You see
could
what
be
I'm saying?
going
So
against,
I'm gonna
or
devote
what I
my life to
believe.
God, but I'm not gonna participate in that. Nor will I turn my back, like, cause even with him telling me that, like later on, sometime down the line, I'm like I said, I used to work with one, and me and him was after I get off from work, he was a resident at the facility where I worked at, so he would be going out and about during the morning. He was like, "Hey, P, why don't you come on, take a ride? We can go get some breakfast." So one particular day, he seen a brother walking down the highway, and he didn't know whether this man was a Freemason or not. But I could tell by the stuff that he was saying, he was asking the man, was he a Freemason? And the man answered the questions based on what he was asked. And he was like, well, you know what? Come on, you going with us? We going to have breakfast. And so while at breakfast, the conversation that they were having, I excluded myself from that conversation because I knew what they were talking about and I didn't want no part of it, right? Even though the man knew, I knew a great deal about what he was asking the man and their conversation and how it was going. Just me knowing what was being said made me step myself out of the conversation because, hey, this is stuff that I'm not supposed to interject myself into because I have no knowledge of this from the inside. You see what I'm saying? I just know this because of my studies and what I learned on my own about how y'all communicated, what y'all see, and how things go. So me knowing that, like, that wouldn't be a reason for him to say he blackballed or whatever like that. Like you had to commit an offense as a Mason or as one of these other secret society people, you had to commit an offense against that particular organization. I say organization in
And
order for them
one of those
to
main things is speaking out against the
speaking out
organization.
or
Remember, they do
revealing
the Hiram Abiff. Remember, they do the Hiram Abiff
secret
ritual.
information. Right. And
Yeah, they
that's
do the
one of the
Hiram
things
Abiff.
that
Okay, yeah.
like
This is
speaking
the
of the
main.
forbidden information is one of the things that would get you exiled, right? So he could step down and if he needs help, they'll come to help him even though he's not a participating member anymore. Just because he is still such a person to them. Now, on the other hand,
Ain't that
if
sweet?
he'd have been revealing information that he shouldn't have been revealing, and one of them brothers get a hold of that shit,
You got to kill his ass. I
hey,
was so sweet to him, but I'm gonna kill his
yeah,
ass.
you gotta get your
Yeah,
witness,
right.
bro.
I don't want to be a part of that shit. You just bipolar ass secret. Anyway,
So yeah,
people
just
bipolar.
knowing, I think,
I'm gonna kill
I
you because I
think,
love you. Looking at
I think the biggest thing we could take away from the Kennedy situation is it was more to his assassination than him saying he wanted to uh, expose the secret organization. What could you expose if you don't know nothing about what they're doing? You see what I'm saying? And to
gotcha.
know that a lot of these said so-called secret organizations were very public about their existence is damning in itself. Like, what could you say about us being a secret organization when all these people know who we are?
I mean,
He
it
was
wasn't like they
saying
was
he
putting this
said
shit in the
everybody
paper.
knew. It was
So
other
let's.
presidents. He said everything. Like he said that.
Yeah, it wasn't like they was putting it in the paper. Hey, we're the mafia. Hey, we're the Freemasons. No, these. These people just was a part of stuff, but they were
And
predominant people.
but presidents
But
and
don't forget the
all that
Freemasons used to have parades in the cities and shit. So you know what I'm saying?
they
And
know
it's all
who
around the time of Kennedy and
If
shit,
you went
even
to those
before him.
institutions like Yale and the other ones, like they mentioned, these were some
Oh,
of the
with the
first.
Skull and Bones, yeah, that's something totally different.
Yeah, what you think we
Yeah.
talking? That's why JFK is even mentioned, because we're talking about the hidden hand. We're talking about these people actually, even let's just say like what Chop theory was about him actually being in it. The people who wants to control the situation of whatever policies get played, they want to play both sides. They want to learn both sides. They want to learn him and Nixon. They want to know what Nixon want too. They want to, they want to support Nixon as well as support Kennedy. So they trying to see who's the most down with what they're doing. And it was Nixon once JFK exposed his hand. So that's how that played out because of, the people who's behind the scene, who was actually funding both parties. Because of his dad's connections and shit, these people were throwing money at Kennedy. They was throwing their hoes at Kennedy and everything. Remember, Marilyn Monroe was a alleged agent, playing both sides as well. That came out too. So she was a front woman for the mob. She was doing business with the mob too. She was, so a lot of the times when these people are celebrities, they don't check them, yo. They let them go past. That's why it was a big thing when they started the hip hop cops and all that, and were catching these dudes on the buses and they jets and shit with all this dope and all, not dope, just pills and all kind of shit that boy Juice WRLD, took a lot of them, when that shit was going down. So Wayne got caught with the gun. Just those little incidences. I'm showing the branch from,
Right.
why they doing it today, because of a lot of stuff that was going on even back then with using agents and people to push certain things with these celebrities as well. That's why they were telling you earlier about your boy, what his fucking name was. Damn, he talked about his ass when they made the movie about the black hand. About not the black hand, about the black people in the masked black people, be the the black masked people that was working with the Ku Klux Klan and shit. The black, they made the movie about it and all that. So it's showing you that entertainment was actually working with, these people who was actually pushing these agendas as well. So it all ties itself into each other without the black. Thank you, P. You remember the Black Legion? There you go. So they made a movie, like you said, y'all Jewish motherfuckers making Ku Klux Klan movies, hilarious. It's we go motion Paramount picture like a motherfucker. 21st century. There we go, fast. Oh, wait, my fault. I forgot to introduce it. And this one is going into, now we about to dig into, since we know a lot of the players, with other industries, now we about to dig into the entertainment industry, and I want y'all to look at some of the similarities of what y'all just learned, based off of what y'all are about to hear.
Now that I know the game that you run, what do you tell people like me when they get here? And he says, oh, it's just, there's always a price. Insider psychology here. Now that I know the game that you run, what do you tell people like me when they get here? And he says, oh, it's just, there's always a price. So they know that even if you get through the matrix of the whole thing and get out the other side, that there's just a dollar amount that will buy you back in.
Whoa.
They're not worried that you'll go independent. And in fact, if you look at a lot of the machinations of the music business over the last 20 years, especially with the rise of the internet, it's to keep people in the system.
Yes.
They don't want true independence.
It goes without saying that once enough power is consolidated in any industry by limiting competition, the workers in that industry will flock there because that's where the majority of the opportunity is.
Look at the tree.
Taking a look
Look
at
at the
history,
names on the
perfect
tree,
storm of
fellas.
events enabled Julius Caesar Stein to have a near monopoly on managing talent in the music, film, and radio business. For one, prohibition made illegal business incredibly lucrative. The second of which was the Great Depression, which in turn shifted bureaucratic focus onto other issues. Now, as you can imagine, having the backing of the Chicago outfit made limiting competition in Chicago incredibly easy. It goes without saying that if you did business with a rival gang, the outfit was likely to not be forgiving. Furthermore, clubs that refused exclusive
Similarities.
deals with Stein were often targeted to be put out of business. In one particularly humorous example, he hired a mobster to launch a stink bomb during another set of another agency. But what further allowed Stein to expand his exclusivity network was the founding of the Commission within the American Mafia. Essentially, after a large amount of bloodshed and infighting for power within the Mafia, Lucky Luciano ultimately ended up on top of the underworld around 1931. Luciano was incredibly intelligent, and he knew that taking on the role of boss of all bosses would likely lead to a shorter career. So he instead attempted to solidify the power structure within the Mafia by creating a board of directors to mediate disputes within families. The commission consisted of 7 family bosses originally, and after Capone went to prison for tax evasion, Frank Nitti would replace that role for the Chicago outfit within months. This, in theory, should have given Jules Stein a new network of connections through this newly formed alliance, allowing him to extend his exclusivity far beyond Chicago. On top of all of that, as a result of Al Capone going to prison for tax evasion, this meant that the U.S. government was now willing to tax illegal income, and thus stressed a greater importance in working with front businesses. Jules Stein was at the right place at the right time. To quote the book Dark Victory, Ronald Reagan, MCA and the Mob by the author Dan Moldea, which on a side note is a very good book, and I highly recommend.
Yeah, I forgot to mention his ass.
Whether you
Ronald
like or
Reagan
dislike
fucking
Ronald
ass.
Reagan politically, all I will say is that nobody gets to the top without doing a few favors. But getting back to his book, formerly
He said
represented
nobody,
the
yo.
MCA, Jones, like Duke Ellington and Count Basie, had left the agency
Look how far they went back.
1939 after
30s.
Willard Alexander, a top MCA agent, had defected to the William Morris Agency. Jones told Maury that MCA controlled most of the big-name bands in America and Canada, and at least 75% of the entire band booking business. How has MCA become so successful, Maury asked. Well, they've devised a system of rotating bands in all of the places they play, Jones replied. The system's so perfect that without the MCA contract, a band leader can't make enough bookings to make a living, and the clubs can't get enough bands unless they sign contracts with MCA. This system that Julius Caesar Stein created is the reason that bands go on tour to this day. Before this, they all had been playing at one location for months at a time.
Man. Everything going through one, getting funneled through one tunnel, huh, fellas?
The mafia-controlled agency.
Yes. So, what are some of the comparisons from which y'all heard earlier and the tactics that they're using in the entertainment industry?
Everything is done by contract, held by a bunch of money grubbers. You either in or you out, and if you expose too much shit, we're gonna kill you.
And
That
they
about
put out
sum it up?
insurance on your death.
That way they get paid and your people get nothing.
Actually, they get more with
In the
these
event you're dead.
contracts. Yes.
Yeah.
Knowing that they got all that set up for you to either fail or go to the top. You heard what he said, huh? It's a faster route for you if they're into what they want to push at that time. So looking at what they're doing, they call the shit bots now. All they doing is the leg work that they was doing, y'all, they're now the bots are doing it now. They just automatically put them in the stream. That's what they call that shit, bots and shit now. But this is what they did back in the G. They actually had people who went to the radio stations, to the places, and told them that this is what it is. And we about to dig into that. So this will be my last, this will be my last point. Hopefully, y'all boys will put some of these puzzle pieces together with this situation. And yeah, man, we gonna definitely be here to put some more of this stuff together. But like I said, I just wanted to show y'all some of the players, and as well as learn who the pawns is when it comes to this game that they call entertainment, aka the Monopoly.
Back in the 1950s. On special segment tonight, the new payola, a sour note that is tainting the rock music business once again. It was back in the 1950s that payola became a way of life in this industry. Record companies and promoters paying off disc jockeys to plug new releases and to boost sales. Today, the practice appears to be back, with a group of independent promoters playing a major role. And federal authorities are investigating a possible mafia connection. NBC's investigative reporter Brian Ross has additional details.
This block on First Avenue on the Lower East Side of New York is a stronghold of the Gambino Mafia family. According to the FBI and New York City police, the mafia capo who runs things on this block and in places far from this block is Joseph Armone, the man with the glasses, a convicted Spaniard dealer who on most days can be found conducting mob business at a back table in this pastry shop. For months now, the activities of Armone and others have been watched closely by the FBI and police as far away as Los Angeles, as part of an investigation of corrupt practices in the rock music business and what appears to be the reemergence of payola at rock music radio stations. This was the Waldorf Astoria last month at a black tie celebrity dinner to honor some of the early stars of rock and roll. And among the guests, two of the most powerful and feared men in the rock music business. Joseph Isgro, who authorities say has described Mafia capo Armone as his partner, and Isgro's close associate, Fred DeCipio, who rarely does business without his associate, Mike, by his side. DeCipio and Isgro, each with his own company, are top men in what is called the network. About 30 men, many at this dinner, all known as independent record promoters, who industry executives say are getting millions of dollars a year from record companies to make sure that certain new songs become hits on certain rock music radio stations.
South Florida's hit music station.
Don Cox of Miami, one of the top disc jockeys in the country, says some promoters will do almost anything to get their records played and earn their big fees from the record companies.
Well, do you know how much money you make on having a hit record in this country?
Cox, who's had a drug problem, says he's had to turn away promoters who have offered him cash, cane.
He was on that powder, y'all. Look.
A couple $1,000s. Here, you go take, we can get more, you take this, and I'll give you a call Tuesday.
And what happens Tuesday?
They call you and go, how was that? By the way, I got this record I want you to hear. Now, if you take it, you got to answer the phone.
If you take it.
Up and they corrupt.
It's a job.
Cox on the radio.
Cox says at his station, the music staff picks which records to play based on the music. But disc jockeys and program directors elsewhere, who said they were afraid to go on camera, tell the same story Cox does about payoffs of cash, cars, expensive watches, drugs, and nights with women sent over by the promoters. Another side of the payola scandal, according to industry executives, is suspected fraud involving the weekly Top 40 hits charts, which determine more than anything what's played on the radio in this country.
Okay, what was number 14?
This chart, published by the trade newspaper Radio and Record, is based on calls from 250 leading rock radio stations reporting what songs they're playing. Authoritative industry sources say independent promoters have been getting certain radio stations to make phony reports, getting records not doing so well, not even getting played, getting those records on the top 40 chart.
It's a
On the
serious
top
thing.
40, yo.
Ken Barnes, the
Ain't even getting
paper's
no
editor,
spins.
says about 20 radio stations were put on notice for making suspected phony reports, and 2 have been referred to federal authorities.
We're a trade paper. We can't be a cop. We can't really police what goes on at radio stations.
By industry estimates, DeCipio on the East Coast
Y'all shouldn't
is sometimes paid as
make a
much as
whatchamacallit in the FBI then.
$150,000 by a record company for handling just one record. DeCipio would not talk to NBC News for this story. And on the West Coast, Isgro has become one of the wealthiest men in the music business, driving around
See?
in his
On the
Rolls Royce,
East and the West,
always
fellas.
accompanied by at least one bodyguard. Isgro would not talk to NBC News for this story. Isgro, shown here with a record company executive, is well known in the music
With a
business,
record exec.
and so is his bodyguard. But of 10 record company presidents contacted by NBC News, including the heads of such major labels as CBS, Warner's, RCA, MCA, none would agree to talk on camera about Isgro or DeCipio or the network of independent promoters, some saying they feared repercussions. Off camera, one company president said, "You just can't be in business without them." A second company president said, "It's obvious what's going on." According to figures provided to NBC News by industry sources,
My bad,
record
I ain't think
companies
my
pay
mic was on.
independent
No, you good.
promoters, many with
That beeping
mafia
and shit.
connections, almost $80 million a
I'm gonna
year.
have to mute. I'm about to
80
go.
million. And with this has come a climate of fear in the rock music business. Jay McDaniel says he was threatened by a big promoter when he tried to start a record promotion business, saying publicly he wasn't going to use payola.
Were there threats of violence against you?
Uh-oh. See, when you, there you go, Pete. Speak out about it. Watch what happens.
Came out that I could have my face rearranged.
Just how important the rock music business is to the mafia became clear last month at this New York City hotel. Joseph Armone, the man from the pastry shop, arranged an unusual meeting with the top 3 men in the Gambino mafia family, including the Gambino family boss, John Gotti. In the view of the FBI, a mob summit meeting.
Remember, these people
Also
have
observed
ties
here,
to
Joseph Isgro,
the old
who
country,
authorities say meets
Italy.
frequently with Armone and other gangsters. And Fred DeCipio, who, according to his lawyer, has never met Gotti, has met Armone only twice, and has no business relationship with mobsters. 1 hour after meeting top people in the Isgro and DeCipio were at the Waldorf, taking their places among the top people in the American music business. Brian Ross, NBC News, New York.
Now, there are oftentimes a lot of misunderstandings when it comes to payola. You can pay to have a radio station play your song. They just have to disclose that they were paid to do it.
Pete. Look.
Now, obviously, in the music business,
You
everyone
gotta
likes
say
to
you
act
paid.
like they have 100% organic come up, like all their success just came out
Listen
of
to
nowhere.
this shit. Check it out.
But in
This it,
reality,
y'all.
if you know how this business works, you know that it's a bunch of people fighting over the exact same listeners. If we are to believe what industry insiders have been saying, payola never went away. And given the fact that 2,500 text messages leaked to Rolling Stone in 2020 seem to show that radio station promoters were actively stuffing playlists with the same songs, going as far as to play the same thing on repeat every 15 minutes to reach chart goals. And then the text later showed that once a song
That's your
hit a
radio
chart
to the
position
day.
goal, they would swap it out for another song. Not surprising if you ask me. Dare I say it, but it's almost like the charts aren't an accurate reflection of what people are choosing to listen to. It almost seems like a closed system of power where only certain people are allowed to cheat. Notice how when an Indian rapper buys views to break the world record on YouTube, he gets stripped of his title
He
and they
bought
change
view.
the rules. But when Taylor Swift does it, it's completely okay. Notice how when Jay-Z tries to create an artist-owned platform
Not
to
the
challenge
Swiftie.
Spotify, when he fakes a world record,
Mhm.
his company gets investigated for data fraud.
He faked
but
it
when
too.
record companies
They
partnered with
investigate him.
YouTube, launched Vivo in 2009, Vivo magically
Look at
becomes
Vivo,
the
y'all.
number 1 most viewed channel on YouTube, with Lady Gaga's Just Dance magically getting 90 million views in 24 hours at a time when most of the world didn't even have smartphones. Actually, if you're paying attention to this chart here, supposedly this video was uploaded in June. Notice that it
Vivo.
gets 0 views that entire time, and then the day before Vivo launches, it gets 90 million views in a day. Vivo hadn't even gone live yet. The same pattern of behavior can be found in a number of different videos. And I just want to point out that if this video's views were real,
wait,
this
you
means that it
can't
would have
pause it
literally
now.
been a
If
world
this was
record
real,
all the way
look,
until
it's
2020.
finished right here.
Oh, all right. But
You know,
you know how many I dare any one of you niggas to watch a video, anybody video that come out on Instagram, Facebook, anything, and be the first one on that bitch. Be the first one on that bitch, and you know you was the first one on there, and watch how them views go from. Man, I didn't see that
1
shit happen
to
on
2,000.
my own eyes. That's
Yep.
facts. I didn't see that shit happen with my own
The
eyes.
minute,
No exaggeration.
you're not lying, Chop, because I was the first one on one of them little videos somebody had posted, like a, you know, an upcoming order, and I clicked on it just to see what it was about. I clicked on it to see what the comments was. Weren't no comments. I was like, yeah, I like this one. Bruh, that shit went from one comment, one view to 500 and something views in less than 30 seconds. Ain't no
Comments and
motherfucking
everything.
way.
I'm telling you, I didn't see this shit happen with my own eyes.
Ain't no fucking way. And I'm like, ain't no way. Like, we know somebody somewhere is just like y'all.
The
Oh, you
hidden
know what?
hand.
That goes back to what y'all was saying about the motherfuckers that's got the computers, the supercomputer that's just sitting there sending out shit to people for you to click on it, and then when you click on it and click like or whatever, all of the likes and shit start adding up. It's something we was talking about one day. Oh fuck.
Oh, you talking about them farms?
Yeah. With the
Them
Chinese people with all the cell phones connected to one
yeah,
modem and shit
yeah, the
like
cell
that. And
phone, yeah, them
Yeah,
that's
that's
how
what
they
the
yeah,
doing
phone
that
thing.
the
shit.
phone.
That sounds like that's
Hey,
how they
bro,
doing it.
Hold on,
but
Like
that's what I'm saying.
yeah, you gotta
This
put
is the new
who
your
that
way
was?
to
you
One of
gotta
do
the
it,
put it
P.
even
I
Yeah,
down.
think
this the
that
new
Troy
way.
Troy Lanes was one of the ones that exposed that shit. Like, how the fuck you get
Yeah,
this many views and likes and this many plays on a song that hadn't even been released yet?
yeah.
He was like, they
And
literally
remember the artists
pay
that they push
people,
too when they do it. You
right?
know, the artists that they
And
push for it. Taylor Swift,
that,
uh,
they
Lady
basically
Gaga, like
paid
they
Billboard to bump them up
springboarded
on
this
the
shit
chart.
off of these artists. Yeah, they springboarded their. That's what I'm saying. They springboarded their careers off of these artists. You know, which made these artists a career themselves. You know, and the people not knowing that it's actually being pushed. That's why I was saying. That's why I asked y'all earlier about it being your own choice. Do you think it's really your own choice, or is
No,
there
we know
something
this
at
ain't
play
our choice,
where
bro.
they're pushing this? And Chop, I don't know if you want to speak on it, Chop, but Chop had a situation that happened that kind of ties into what we're speaking on as far as with this entertainment industry. The Wild Wayne situation, Chop, you were telling me about. I don't know if you remember that situation you were telling me about with the music and everything, and uh Successful Five and them having those like rap conferences, and people were saying that they were
Yeah, the
ciphering
9
money from
o'clock
people and
problem.
shit. No, not the 9 o'clock
Mm-hmm.
props. Um, not the 9 o'clock props. He would actually have these like these. He'll set up these venues where rap artists could get to talk to industry people and shit, and he would pay them a fee to come to it.
Mm.
And they supposed to be connecting with people and stuff like that, but there wasn't no real basic connection. So people was basically saying that they paid their money for nothing, and it
Right.
started looking like a scam to them and shit, and people spoke out about it. These are the type of things that you know people like him and other people in the industry learn how to do to take away from artists who are actually getting spins, or people who like, because you have this control over it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just another way to show how the payola thing actually works, and it could work on a smaller scale as well as the bigger scale with these bigger corporations. But fellas, yeah, I ain't want drown y'all to death with a lot of this stuff. I just want to make certain connections, and I want to show y'all some of the players, and how these people are connected as well, even though they say they're not. But we're learning that a lot of these people are actually doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes together while they're acting like the enemies. Not only enemies, but they're playing both sides and making money off of both sides, starting wars or creating wars, even the Cold War, where nothing actually happened. And, we went for that as well. So they're learning other ways to not actually have so many casualties, but still try to capitalize as much as they can with free
But they
labor
can
and
offer.
money. Yeah. So technology is only helping them do that better, fellas. And like I said, the mafia the mafia muscle don't have to go to the record companies no more and harass these dudes for to play their rock records. You know what I'm saying? They got gang members and people in the local community and these bots and shit to help with this situation. A lot of shit that they had their own people doing. Now we're doing it for them for fees and to work with these companies as well. So Frank Sinatra, Grace. Think Frank Sinatra is another good one with as far as when we talking about the mob and them using, you know, these entertainment people in the industry for these
The
type of
Rat Pack.
things. Not only like it's been exactly like these people are these people are pushed in front of us for these reasons, and these reasons alone. Like, so it's deep, fellas, but I pass the torch on that one.
I want to say this before we move on. Like, when you think about when you listen to your radio station, right? We got Q93 down, and I noticed this. I'm gonna say back like late '80s, early '90s. I remember at one point every day around the same time, and this my elementary years now. The same song would be played literally every hour on the hour, right? Now, Thursday, remember Q93 had a thing called Get Naked Thursday. They would start off that hour or that particularly scheduled program of Get Naked Thursday at about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, right? The first song they play, Freaks to the Industry by Digital Underground. So every Thursday at about that time, they're gonna play that song, and then they're gonna play another song that they played last Thursday behind that song from Digital Underground, right? So flash forward, Katrina done happened. CJ Morgan and them not on the radio station no more. Steve Harvey now is the host of 293 in the morning. No more CJ Morgan and Monica Pierre. I know y'all know who I'm talking about. All my New Orleans people, CJ Morgan, Monica Pierre was the people that come up, tell you the news, the radio, the I guess the hot juicy gossip of the day or the whatever news in the events or whatever like that. So now I started noticing the same thing all over again. This time it's the same music every hour on the hour. I'm like, wait a minute now, this shit not making no sense. So I started thinking about it like this here. Out of the thousands of songs that's made daily, weekly, yearly, from all kinds of various artists on all platforms across the world, why are we listening to the same motherfucker over and over and over again? Right? That made me think now about what we talking about as far as this payola thing. But I thought about it like that back then. Is the record company getting paid to play these people to bump them up on the charts? Because remember, when you had the 9 o'clock props and all that, or the hot 8 at 8, that was about whatever the hottest artist was at the time, and they start off at number 8 and work their way up to number 1, whoever the number 1 artist is at that time. But it was also based off of like what I'm hearing now was the payola thing. We paying for you to play these specific orders at these specific intervals throughout your program to keep their numbers going up, to bump this particular artist up to number one. Because that number one might start off at number 5. Well, play him some more so he could get up to number one. Play him more throughout the day. Play him 60% of the day. That'll get his numbers up. And you could be calling in and requesting whatever the fuck song you want. You're not gonna hear that bitch till about 3, 4 in the fucking morning.
Same thing with
Oh,
the
they got
box.
a
Remember the
lot.
box? They used to tell you to call in
Yeah.
the box,
Call in with your request, and then you call in with a
and
request. You still don't hear your
they was
fucking
taking your
song.
money too. Yeah.
You don't hear your
Yeah.
song. If you do hear that bitch, it's probably on an unscheduled portion of the program. So yeah, I just wanted to say that, but that's something I realized a while back. I just didn't know they had a name for it. You know what I'm saying? Now I know they got an actual name for it.
Payola. Yes, sir.
But the videos I had, like I was talking with Silent earlier about the stuff that I was looking at as far as the hidden hand of the industry. It basically dealt with the Jewish people in the movie industry, and when they were fleeing from said persecution over in Germany with Hitler, how they came to be in existence. So one of the videos that I'm gonna start off with is basically them talking about how they came to be in existence and what they did and this, that, and the other. But deep down inside, I think it's a lot more than what the people was actually saying in this video. So I want y'all to just take it. This one, I don't think it's gonna be too long. This first one I'm gonna play is only gonna be like 4 minutes long, but I want y'all to listen to the stuff that they start off with and the stuff that they lead into after the video starts. So check this out, y'all.
Brighten up that corner and smile. Don't wear a long face, it's never in style. Be optimistic and smile.
They got to put their hopes and aspirations and mythologies about what a perfect life would be like, which is something I think people probably spend a long time thinking about when they have a very imperfect life with a great deal of persecution, disempowerment. What would the system be if we could make it up and show it to you?
I want to make that come to life for every boy in this land. Yes, and all light it up like that, too. You see, boys forget what their country means by just reading The Land of the Free in history books. When they get to be men, they forget even more. Liberty's too precious a thing to be buried in books, Miss Saunders. Men should hold it up in front of them every single day of their lives and say, I'm free to think and to speak. My ancestors couldn't, I can. And my children will.
The Jewish determination to survive was repackaged as the will of all common people to go on.
We're sure taking a beating.
I know. That's what makes us tough. Rich fellas come up and they die, and their kids ain't no good and they die out. But we keep a-coming. We're the people that live. They can't wipe us out, they can't lick us. We'll go on forever, Pa, 'cause we're the people.
Unlike Edison, the Moguls celebrated the working class while extolling middle-class values.
It's Andy Hardy.
Surprise! What's this all about?
The Moguls created a fantasy version of their own lives. They created an America where families were strong. The flight from persecution had destroyed their own families. The movies showed the family as indomitable and treated mothers with reverence. The immigrant Jews also appealed to the aspirations of youth, another group of perennial outsiders forced to prove itself.
George Washington was just a kid when he chopped down that tree. But if they'd locked him up for that,
Where'd this country be?
They call us babes in arms. They think they must direct us. But if we're babes in arms, we'll make them all respect us. Why have we got our arms?
Theirs was a mythical America, a world of boundless optimism, happy endings, and homespun truths. This was a world of clapboard houses with broad verandas and white picket fences, gleaming streets and shops with friendly picture windows. Hollywood's America was made up of citizens who were industrious, religious, wholesome, and decent. And although they were of different classes and ethnicities, they were knitted together by a larger, almost spiritual sense of family. The Moguls created the images, the icons, and the visual forms that we identify with the American way of life.
They created their own America, an America which is not the real America. It's their own version of the real America. But ultimately, this shadow America becomes so popular and so widely disseminated that its images and its values come to devour the real America. And so the grand irony of all of Hollywood is that Americans come to define themselves by the shadow America that was created by Eastern European Jewish immigrants who weren't admitted to the precincts of the real America.
Y'all think?
I think that's exactly what was going on when it came to certain instances. People's, matter of fact, the garments, the way people started acting, picking up certain vernaculars and all that basically. And when he was talking about the American way of life, there was an example of that. You know, these people saw people that had things when they came over as well. You know, remember these people lived in the what they considered to be ghettos, you know, from their own language. You know, these were places that they had set up for them by the government, and they lived in these areas, and they, you know, had a time just like they put on a certain people, and they had these same values that they showing in their movies. You know, the love for the mother, the ambitious little kid, you know, as they call it. You know, it all ties in. So, you know, I'm just looking at some of the similarities of what's been pushed to us as far as when it comes to this you know, this whole control system basically.
All right, what you say, Chop?
I was in and out. My uncle, I was by my uncle. He keep telling me he want me to put him on a podcast, but I keep telling him he gotta give me some information first. I can't just put you on there. You talking by you just talking. You gotta
just saying something about that.
yeah, man. You gotta fucking give me some information so I could so we
Or
can
at
show
least
the
know what we
people.
talking about.
Yeah,
Well,
like fuck.
I mean, if he listening, then he could
Just
give us
want to get on there and
He
say,
not though.
like,
That's
right
what
now
he's
today,
saying.
that's what I'm saying.
He's
Like,
not
today's
listening.
episode will be good. Like, like we talking about where the shit originated at, where it come from. This conversation probably would lead into what he wants to talk about. But,
Right.
he don't know how to, what he talking about and what, like, it's just, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's some truth to it. You know what I'm saying? I would say, but he got to get that shit together at least so I could, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
Because
know
then
he
you gonna
always
just be on
welcome.
here sounding crazy and shit. So I ain't really hear what y'all was saying because he was trying to talk to me. But whenever he get that shit together, we gonna bring him on the show.
Did you see any of the video? Or no?
Me, I will. No, but
I could
and I
sum it
don't.
up
I
for you
was
a little
listening.
bit if you. Yeah, I could sum some of it up for you, Chop. It's like basically
Okay.
the the Jews actually having a disdain for how they actually got there and how they was struggling as well to make a way for themselves coming over to America. So when they got their hands on a lot of the motion picture stuff, they would always show their people in this wholesome American beautiful way, basically, and they will always put themselves in a position where the characters, especially the main characters, would be uh
The good
giving them
guy.
inspiration. Yeah, the good guys giving them inspiration to become better people and standing up for stuff, and the love of the mother and the ambition, the ambitious little kid. These little things were implemented especially for them, basically, and they're showing that through their own insecurities from where they come from, they will always resemble their self in that type of light, having this basically this representative on camera of who they actually are. So you know them and me, when and my answer was about basically me looking at the similarities of them transferring that into our community and us having those same uh those
Views.
same thought processes about and views about a lot of the stuff that they push when they show us in the motion pictures, the mother, um not necessarily, even them, if you look at it, like you're saying, even the Jewish were keeping the father out of being represented, because they just say the mother and the kid. So looking at that
Right, because I noticed
from
that.
our perspective, they, you know what I'm saying,
Right.
Pete, and they made it seem like that was a good thing for them. So putting a disdain
When
on it when it comes to us is showing me certain signs of how once they got up on their feet, they you know
now, what if
yeah
it
made
what
the
I
shit a
was
bad
looking at
thing,
with this
basically,
too,
like
and
weird.
this a crazy thing. They talking about how life was hard for them as Jewish immigrants, but you're not speaking on how life was for the so-called black man that was descendants of slaves that were already here and going through and had been going through the persecution
Prisoners,
that you all were
prisoners
fleeing
of war.
from, right? That you all were fleeing from and came here and found a better way. Whereas they gave y'all everything y'all wanted. Y'all, it's not like y'all had it easy, but y'all damn sure didn't have it as hard either. Cause y'all, them motherfuckers came in around the time of the Great Depression. So of course shit wasn't all what they trying to make it out to be. Of course everything wasn't all good and gravy because before the Great Depression, yeah, you had damn sure enough of time to build your wealth and do this and do that. Y'all came during the time of the Great Depression. And during the time of the Great Depression, this whole country was fucked up. The only people who was still thriving,
So they say, Elrod. So they say.
and I'm looking at it like this, the only people who really was thriving off of already not having anything with the so-called black people. Because we already didn't have nothing anyway. And what little bit we did have, we made work for us with no fucking problem. So the Great Depression didn't affect black folk like it affected white folk who lost a lot. There wasn't much for us to fucking lose. You see what I'm saying? So
Especially
they
if you ain't
saying,
if you came over here with nothing. I mean, remember
right,
if they were immigrants, they ain't had shit to begin with. So if you it would
so
definitely be a difference if the people over here already had farmland and. So I get what you're saying, man.
right. So them
It
saying what
it
they
still was a
saying,
class too. Mhm.
And listen, this is nowhere near me being anti-Semitic. I'm just looking at what's being said, right? Because if we're going to speak the truth has to be admitted even by their own admission that you're saying that you feel like you had it hard because people were looking at you a certain way and treating you a certain way. Well, what about the people that were already here that were being completely decimated and fucked over and still
Yeah,
making shit work?
they're gonna
Right?
bring up the coast. They're gonna bring up the coast. When they,
That's like the same thing I was saying
where
earlier. Remember,
Round,
P?
massacred all them people and all that. They're gonna bring that up. If you bring that up, they're gonna say, well, yeah, we had the coast. I don't want to say the whole
Oh, the
word, but you know what I'm
Holocaust,
talking about.
yeah. But
He gonna say it.
no,
I was
fuck
trying
that.
not to say it. P.
I mean, we gotta.
He gonna say
If we
fuck
gonna be
that now.
speaking real, we gotta speak really
You
on
was
it.
just
Like,
trying to be. You was just trying to be politically correct. I was following your lead. Never mind.
if they're gonna say these things, then admit the truth. Because deep down inside, there were people here that had it way harder than you. Because even in their own words, they said it, and they probably gonna say it in this next video I'm gonna play. But they admitted that they put themselves above the people who were already here. In not so many words. Now I'm gonna say that not so many words. They basically put themselves above people who were already here that were already going through shit. Talking about until
Nigga
you
got no blank
understand
on
what
or
it's like
nothing,
to
nigga.
be immigrant.
Get the fuck on over
So
there.
if slavery was a
Fuck
thing
wrong with you?
and they were forcefully brought here, then you are talking about the people who were here as immigrants before you came. Doesn't that make sense to say it that way, right?
I said that earlier, Peter, but I explained it a different way, but I do agree with what you're saying. I
Yes.
did it just like that earlier,
Let's
but
move on, player.
Hold on. I gotta let me go ahead and play this next video cause my phone ringing and I don't want to keep being interrupted. So let me play this next
All right.
video
You ain't gotta
so
say
we
all that. Just play the
can
video, player.
get it together.
press the play, Mr. Peter, man. Press the play.
Flag on the
Oh,
play.
here you go. Yeah, flag on the plate. All right, here go the next one, y'all.
Mr. Mayor was very persuasive. It's about the only word I could use. And so he'd stand there and he'd watch what was going on and he'd say, "No, just wait a minute, stop that." He says, "That's not the way to do it. I'll show you how it should be done." And he'd really go through the scene very well. It was everybody, and they never knew when he was going to walk in on them. They were very, very leery of him, the directors, because they never knew when Louis was going to walk down there and say, "No, that's not the way I want it." See, he was a perfectionist. He knew what he wanted, and money was no object. At Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, price meant nothing. It was to be the best.
In creating the great movie musical, Hollywood adapted the Broadway musical, an original American art form almost wholly created by fellow immigrant Jews.
That's important.
The music and lyrics were often based on classic stories, reinterpreted from a Jewish perspective.
Almost all of the writing pairs that have come to epitomize Broadway have been Jewish, whether it's Lerner and Loewe and Rodgers and Hammerstein, Jerome Kern. Almost all of them have been Jewish, with the exception, I think, of Cole Porter, really, here. And if you look at their plays, none of them, with the exception of Fiddler on the Roof, are about overtly Jewish themes, but all of them are about overtly Jewish concerns. So take a play like My Fair Lady. That's really about fitting in.
Again. The rain
Fitting
in
into
Spain
what?
stays mainly in the plain.
Think about it.
I think she's got it. I think she's got it.
The rain in
Showing her how to talk American love.
in the plain.
By George, she's got it. By George, she's got it. Now once again, where does it rain?
On in the play.
She's an immigrant into that culture, that upper middle class culture. She needs to learn how to talk, something immigrants are very concerned with. She needs to know how to dress. She needs to know the codes and conventions of society.
There it is.
Irving Berlin
She gotta
did more
adapt,
than
yo.
any composer to Americanize Jewish aspirations.
And they taught him to adapt through the movies. They taught him to adapt through the movies. See, this was some of the most influential shit at the time. Yeah, Grib, tell you, it's just looking at it from, you ain't even gotta go that far from a broad perspective. Just look at it from right in front of you. So this same theme is still being fed to other races as well. So when they get a white man to play this role, it's still under the Jewish moniker of them and their people and their struggle. It's still that same story. They're just getting the most popular one at a time, regardless of what's going on. They're gonna get who people want to see and who's investing money into it, as we talked about with the mafias and how they was running things with these same families. These people are all in connection with making this shit run, because you need money, y'all, whether it's stolen or not. You need them fucking ends for all this shit to move.
I thought I had one
So
more
this
to
is
load.
where the societies, the brotherhoods and all this come into play as well, because we make these pacts with each other to do this, regardless if we coalitions, the collateral mission, what do they call them? The commission. I see the collateral mission, the commission. Man, they make these pacts with these families, regardless if they all Italian. That's just extra, or regardless if they all Jewish, that's just extra. So branched off with other to make even more.
They had one. I thought I had loaded one other video on there, but they had gotten to talking to one of the actresses that was in these movies, like one of the big actresses at the time, and she was saying that they were even though she worked in Hollywood under all these Jewish people, and you could look and clearly see she's Jewish, right? She knew nothing of the Jewish religion, and everything that she knew about religion came from her being taught by people who were Catholic. But she wasn't Catholic. But neither was she Jew. But she claimed to be Jewish. And I was like, wait a minute. You don't know nothing about being Jewish.
How you do all that?
Being taught to be Catholic, but you not Catholic, yet you like, I'm sitting up there like, wait a minute. You know nothing of Jewish, but you're Jewish. Everything you know about religion was taught to you by French Catholic nuns, but you're not Catholic. So what does that tell me what was going on within the Jewish Hollywood system? Right?
Yeah.
And it all goes back to that video that I was playing last, where you were saying that she had to be taught how to act, how to talk, how to dress, to live in their
Reigns
society.
in Maine and Spain. She had to get rid of that Yiddish, Pete. See, a lot of them don't even speak the Hebrew dialect, and they supposed to be from over there. A lot of them speak Yiddish. Yiddish is Russian. So that's a whole nother motherfucking bill. That's why her ass had to be saying is rain in Spain for Maine, Plain Jane, because they can't pronounce. Yeah, they can't get that out. They mouth has to.
If they took over and got so much influence,
What'd you say, child?
If they took over and got so much influence, why they had to try to learn how to speak American?
It's not that they had to learn how to speak American. It was for those that were still coming here that didn't know. Remember, they was coming over here by the millions. And those that didn't know had to be taught right quick. And the only way I could teach you in the quickest fashion is to put it in the movie.
Also the influence too as well. Chap, the influence wasn't in the old country. They running from the old country, so they gotta learn where they coming to. Getting involved with the people and learning their swag. Remember, we talked about the hip hop situation with the Caribbean shit and all that. It's the same kind of vernacular, coming in and learning the ways of the people to, get yourself implemented, and whatever else comes with that, whatever that the people don't know, y'all gonna get away with it because they don't talk your language. It's like you trying to talk to a Mexican on the job and you don't know Spanish. They gonna say some shit you don't know, versus some shit you do. So it's about connections as well. That's how you move without being seen. You mash yourself in the public. A lot of times they tell you, these type of people, they do shit right in front of your face. What they call it, hiding in plain sight. Yeah, that's how I look at it.
But yeah, that was it for me. I just had them two little videos that I wanted to highlight.
Chap, you want to say anything, or you had anything on that?
Yeah, I ain't had
close
anything. Nah, I ain't had anything. But I do want to say
final words. Yeah, final words or anything.
People have to understand what it means to truly be conquered. Like, you have no say so. You have no, I want this to go like this, or none of that type of stuff. So you got to understand too, the easiest way to trick you is to give you your own shit back and tell you they gave it to you too.
If that makes sense. More one way to skin a cat. Trust me.
I mean, fuck, it's easier to get you to jump on board if look what Titi did, in New Orleans.
If I make you believe. Yeah.
Look at Titi, man. Titi, New Orleans did up way from California. But she New Orleans did up, and she won over a lot of people like that just from New Orleans and it up. Like
connections. Yeah, connecting with the people is very important.
The people that's trying to conquer you will go along for as long as they gotta go along.
They'll actually give you some shit. They'll give you something with it.
Till it's time to
be that final word.
I was just about to ask Shop, did you see any of the news?
No. Well, the ones I was here with, we talked about, yeah. But other than that, no.
Oh, so he ain't see the ones I had put up for any other news.
He move on. No, he didn't.
But,
he can't get over it, Job.
I just want to see. We do have to look at what history is teaching us.
Move on.
The stuff that these people are out here doing. History definitely can repeat itself if we're not careful. Don't just go along with whatever you hear when it comes to these movie moguls, music moguls, at these radio stations. Like we've seen in every single one of these videos that there's somebody behind the scenes pushing their agenda to keep money coming their way. Yeah, they're gonna throw off a few little bread.
Lucian Grains.
They're gonna be definitely raking in more of the harvest.
Jimmy Iovine.
What you gonna be getting. And as far as the end of the news,
Leon Cohen.
I really hope that the person, that man that shot his wife. I hope that another court comes in and overturn that verdict and give your ass the death penalty. Cause you ain't had no business killing that woman like that. I don't want to hear that fucking shit. Or she was abusive towards you. If anything, it's all like you were the one being abusive toward her. And in the city of Detroit, get that fucking man back his house. He spent all that fucking money getting built. You dirty bitches. I hope somebody do that shit to y'all. Take y'all fucking shit after you spend a lot of time and money trying to get it built. And that's it for me. That's it for me. I don't want rain.
Oh yeah, man. Shout out to the people in the building. And I'm saying everybody that's gonna watch that on the replay. Fellas, y'all already know. Appreciate y'all. Goddamn takes on all this stuff. I know it be a lot, but definitely we got a lot of time as long as we stick together to get this information out to the people. We can always revamp and come through with it. Shout out to Stussy for coming through, man. Appreciate you, man. You look, check out some of that other news. If you ain't catch anything, man, check it out on the replay. You know what I'm saying? Peaches, 504, Grace coming through. You know, appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Every time y'all come through, man. So we're gonna leave it with that, man. This has been another episode of Blunt Talk NOLA. I am Silent Child 17. Godson.
P dot on the spot.
Chop Tracks in the building.
We'll see y'all next week. Shalom.
Shalom.